This is our 29th bonus episode here. Look at that. All these years later, 444th live stream. Oops. Let's do that again. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to celebrate your artwork and all the incredible things that you've done. So thanks for popping in and for watching and saying hello in the chat, because if it wasn't for people like yourself, I probably wouldn't be doing this almost 4 years after we began at the very beginning of the pandemic. So it's really cool that we're still going strong, and I still got a long list of things I want to do, so I'm not going anywhere soon. So let's see. Just before we get into things, just as a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. About 70% of the people who watch this channel are not subscribers, and you can see there's like 2.5 million views and 30,000 subscribers or so, right? So if even a small percentage of those people hit the subscribe button, it would literally change my life. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, like literally $1, $5 through PayPal, or the YouTube Super Chat while we're here live, or send an email or e-transfer, or contact me to send in a check in the mail, then contact me through my email. My email's on the Facebook group and on my website. All those links are down below. I'll just give a quick little shout out to the Facebook group. So all the images we're about to see were uploaded to the Facebook group. It's a wonderful community, super supportive. And I see a few new things on there that I didn't get to yet, so maybe we'll come back to the Facebook group a little bit later. And but once every month and a half or so, I go through everything that's on the Facebook group, pull them into different folders on my desktop here, and then we go through them and I give people free feedback. So if you find anything we're doing here helpful or encouraging, insightful, or whatever it is, please consider leaving a donation. Usually by the end of every episode, there's maybe $5 or $10 in total that people have given. So that's, I'm grateful for any donation, but it's not like I'm rolling in the cash here. If you're wondering, it's often just 1 or 2 people who will donate after each episode or so. So that would really be awesome if that helps encourage me to do more of these episodes. So let's, where should we begin? Well, how about, oh, I'm about to sneeze here, one second. Hopefully I got that muted just in time. Take a little allergy pill. I think it might be because I've been doing so much cleaning down here in the basement in my studio here. Okay. So let's begin with Pierre Bonnard and his portrait here of this young woman. And I think we've got 3 files, or 3 people did this artwork. So we'll just zoom in here. Okay, so let's begin here with Paula's work. I love this Paula. It does look a little bit different than the original. In fact, it almost looks like we see a little bit more of her face, like she's turned a little bit more towards us. But I don't mind that at all. I love, Paula, how you reinterpret each one of these paintings. You create them without using the free outlines in the Dropbox that I provide for every episode. So I just think that's absolutely fabulous. I think that's really cool. I actually really like the way it's painted. I like some of these areas where there's, you know, the exposed imprimatur that you can use as to kind of create these hidden areas, like this red that's under there. It just makes the painting look more mysterious, more complex. Really cool. Love that. And then we've got Pascalines here. And that's cool. So this is in some kind of a sketchbook. Oh, I love that you wrote out the whole text. Wow. That's cool. Let's look back at the original that you created here. Very neat. Wow. I love it. It looks like you sketched it in with pencil rather than using the outline as well. And wow, that turned out really cool. I love kind of how quickly some of these brushstrokes were painted. And just the layering of thin paint here worked out really, really well. That's really cool. This one turned out great, Pascaline. I think it's also fun that you're doing these in a sketchbook, too. That's kind of neat. Keep them a little bit more organized so they're not, you don't have canvases all over the place. Although, you know, it's sometimes nice to do one on a canvas so that you can have it separate. You can put it on your wall, etc. And then we have Kathy's here. Ooh, that's cool, Kathy. This turned out great as well. I think there's one small detail I noticed is her lips are oriented. I think they should just be straight, or even if in doubt, actually pointing a little bit downward. Because, let's see. Other view. It's kind of like that. And so right now her mouth is kind of pointed up like that. So let me see. It's kind of an awkward way that she's got her head, isn't it? Anyway, that, I think, you know, just that bottom lip should be a little bit bigger, because it just makes, otherwise, you know, this is a totally, you know, lifelike expression. It just, you could see that when I did that, if her lip is pointing up, her cheek is going to, you know, come out a little bit. Right, we're gonna have that. It's almost a little bit of a smirk, which again, if you want to do that, I would put a little bit of what would we call that? Some like the muscle kind of tightening in here. So the other thing is it looks like the side of her face here. There's a lot of this white here, and I think we could bring back some of that skin color and just push this reflection back a little bit. I mean, again, super minor detail, but I'm here to try to help for everyone to get a little bit better. So, but I think this turned out great, Kathy. Wow, very cool. And I love, Kathy, how you and Paula have been doing almost every one of these paintings, so it's really exciting to see you moving through all of these artworks. Okay, so next we're going to look here at Paula's. This is her picture of the girl with the dog, and as far as I know, she's the only one that did this painting as well. I think that turned out great. You know what's funny is there is this person with this cart in the background. I have a feeling that in the original he was over here. And so I like that when you drew this out, because again, you're not using the template, you drew it out and you realized, oh, there's not enough space to put this guy with the cart. But rather than omitting him, you drew him over here in this empty area. That's really cool. You know, bravo for that. To manage to squeeze in this detail, even though you might have ran out of a little bit of space in this area. That is cool. And I actually think I like the way that you did the sky better than I did. In mine, the sky is a little bit darker, and I have it upstairs, and I look at it, and I'm like, that, just, if I was to go back, that would be the thing I did. So anyway, this is great, Paula. I'm super proud of you for doing that. That looks pretty cool. Yeah, so let's move on to this last Bonnard painting, and we got 4 people who attempted this one. We have Kathy, Paula, Richard, let's enlarge that, and Robin. Wow, okay, well, let's start with Kathy here. Wow, that is great, Kathy. This one looks fantastic. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how good you're getting. My goodness. You really nailed this Bonnard. Looks really cool. I don't know what I could offer here. I mean, the way that you painted the tiles is absolutely fantastic. Everything looks great. This looks just like the real thing. That's fantastic. Really well done. I even think you may have done a better job with her legs than I did. Sorry, that sneeze snuck up on me. Sorry, I'm just gonna blow my... Okay. Yeah, Kathy, that's fantastic. Really cool. Really well done. And I like how actually it looks fairly thin, the paint. In most places, it's a little bit thicker in a few places, but I like how kind of relatively thin your application of paint is, which is also, again, just like Pierre Bonnard. Really fantastic. Paula's just great. Again, you drew this all out all by yourself without the template. Awesome. Really cool. I think we could actually have gone a little bit thinner with the paint so that we could get, because that way we can get more colors layering on top of one another, creating that those really complex optical mixing of color, right? So rather than the color being mixed together on the palette, we're layering thin layers of color on top of one another, and then the colors mix in our eyes, or really in our brain, right? And I think that's one of the really satisfying things about Pierre Bonnard, is all of those little layers of contradictory colors get into our brain, and we're like, wow, this is cool. Here's Richard's. Cool. Interesting approach, too. So yours, Richard, is more solid. It's the definition between, like, let's say on the tiles, on the walls, and on the floors is more, it's like a Bonnard that's been cleaned up. So, I mean, I like how this turned out, for sure. It is a little bit different. Like, I think this area underneath here, the tub, seems more Bonnard-like than, and maybe even a little bit in the tub. But again, I love how when every one of you attempts these paintings, we all bring our own style into them. Like, even if we can't help but do it, right? Because we're all different individuals and we're going to interpret these paintings a little bit differently. Try as we might to avoid doing that, it just comes out anyway. And I'm sure, seen over many of these episodes, you know, how even with my own, even though I'm trying to teach people how to paint like, you know, Edvard Munch or something, right? My own style can't help but come out and come through. So I always think these paintings are a great opportunity for you guys to explore your own style rather than to resist it. So I think that's really cool. Great job, Richard. And then, wow, Robin. Wow, this is also very different. It looks like you sketched this out just like how Paula does, and so that it's slightly different compositionally, but I think it turned out fantastic. It looks almost like watercolor. Looks like watercolor and pencil or crayon. Is that what it is? Or maybe water-soluble pencils? I think that's what it is. Probably water-soluble pencils, right? So colored pencils, and then maybe a little bit of both. Watercolor pencils and watercolor, I bet, is how this was done. Which actually gives it, you know, it lends itself very well to Bonnard, because Bonnard's style is, you know, he was using oil paint, but the way he applied that oil paint on the canvas was in those very thin, almost wash-like approach, and so getting that kind of shimmery layers of paint, watercolor is an excellent option for that. So, you know, one of the things that I was doing, obviously using acrylic paint, and almost sort of using the acrylic paint, you know, in a different way than is typically done. So kind of using acrylic paint and kind of counter to its maybe intended use, which I think is also fun. It's fun to kind of explore these artworks and to experiment with different styles and materials and mediums. Oh, look at that. Look at the chat is filling up here. So Ari, good morning and good evening to Europeans and others. There's Jeannie. Heidi's there. Heidi. Please remember to hit the like button and subscribe. Awesome. Panda Box says, "Sir, I improved my art." Thank you. That is so cool. Where can I send you my artwork, sir? To the Facebook group. And Jeannie says that too. There's a Facebook group, Panda. So I think it's the very first link in the video description below. There's a link to a Facebook group. You can send well, maybe I'll just point that out since you're just asking. I'll put it in the chat here. Probably somebody's already done this anyway, but there's the link. Okay. And Barbara's there. Randy's there. I made it lunchtime. How's everybody this afternoon? Barbara says, "Bless you, Michael." Awesome. Barbara says, "The Pierre Bonnard paintings are amazing. Well done, artists." I totally agree. Heidi says, "Wondering where most people are located. I am in Vancouver, same time zone as Michael." Jeannie says, "I'm in Oklahoma." Ari says, "I'm a Belgian living in London, England." Wow, cool. I love that we got people all over the world right now here with us today. That is so cool. The miracle of technology, isn't it cool? Okay. Let's go to we only had one person attempt this artwork, by Elsa von Freytag-Loringhoven. And we did 2 episodes featuring this artist, who was, unfortunately neglected by the art world during her lifetime, but over the past 5-6 years or so, there's been a concerted effort to revive her legacy and to share it with the world. Her work is definitely very strange, and she was a very wild, eccentric person, and I encourage you to go watch those videos to learn a little bit about her biography, at the very least. But even this painting is a good opportunity to practice some fundamental skills of like blending and shading, adding value. We mixed a lot of grays in these paintings, so without using any black, we made our own black. And I think this is great, Paula. This is actually a pretty complex image to try to sketch out. I think there's, a few little things here with perspective. So that could, we could kind of change to maybe make it a little bit more lifelike or realistic, I guess, or naturalistic. So here we've got this, the box that this is screwed on. It's like a saw box, right? Anyone who's used a hand saw, this is just flipped upside down. But you see how these 2 lines are converging? Let me see. Let's get... So you've got the box. Currently, your box kind of goes like this. Let me see. Let me make that darker. And I'm kind of exaggerating things. But what that does... oh, okay, I put all my colored pencils away, didn't I? Oh, that's smart. Let's take a Sharpie then, okay. What that does is it makes it appear that this front part of the box is narrow. What we would want to do is actually invert this. Right? Maybe not to that extreme angle, but so that it appears that these lines here are ultimately going to converge to a point back here. Because currently what's happening is the front of the box, these lines are converging. So just a tiny little detail, but just while we're going around here, so I cover some of that in my free drawing course here on YouTube, and everyone's certainly welcome to take that class to help improve their drawing skills. Okay, so an artist often mentioned in the same sentence as Freytag-Loringhoven is Marcel Duchamp. And Marcel Duchamp was is considered by many to be one of the most important artists of the 20th century, and also by some to be the worst thing that happened to art during the 20th century. And we talked all about that in the 2 episodes we did on Marcel Duchamp. But I think, he's often seen as sort of the Antichrist for the painting, for the sculpture he did, Fountain, which is that urinal that's turned upside down. We did do a painting of that, which I think turned out pretty good, although I don't think anybody did that. Not surprisingly, no one painted the urinal that Marcel Duchamp submitted kind of provocatively as for a group exhibition of which he was one of the jury members. He submitted it anonymously. Anyway, I guess people don't want to have a painting of a urinal on their wall. But some of the paintings that Marcel Duchamp did before that, such as this nude descending a staircase, I think were absolutely fantastic. So, wow, holy smokes, you guys. Okay, so let me, like this. Is that on the back side of this canvas? I'm gonna blow my nose. Blowing your nose when you got a mustache is tricky. Ask anybody who's got a mustache. First world problems, though, right? Okay, so I like this. I guess, where is that, Richard? Was that underneath that surface? Where is that? Maybe it must, because we see this canvas texture. Anyway, that looks great, Richard. What can I offer besides congratulations? I think it looks great, and I think it looks arguably better than my own version. My own version had a lot more of that warm yellow coming through. I suspect that your imprimatura is the dark brown. I don't really see any yellow coming through, so unless, yeah, you probably went directly to the warm brown and painted that in, which I think was pretty wise. I mean, it does make it look a little bit closer to the original, because you can almost bet that Duchamp himself used that warm brown as opposed to the warm yellow that I like to use. But that's cool. That looks really good. I mean, it would have taken you a long time with all those lines. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really offer anything but just fantastic job. You know, it takes a lot of concentration to pull this one off. Absolutely. And my goodness, same thing, Lolly. Wow. That's great. So yours is a little bit brighter. A little bit, you use that, I think, warm yellow underneath here. Or maybe it's a little bit of a more yellowish brown. Maybe that's what you did. Again, all of those details and lines on there. You must have used a Posca pen or something here, right? Yeah, must have, because that would just drive anybody nuts. I used a Posca pen, an acrylic paint pen, to do this, because otherwise it would have just been... I'd still be painting this painting. Wow, it looks great. And, you know, actually, I like the way that you've used that Posca pen to do some very fast lines, and also a lot of very a lot of lines running close and parallel to one another to give us that real frantic sense of action. So yours really feels very very dynamic, maybe more dynamic than Duchamp's own painting, which says a lot. That's really great, Lolly. It's really great to see your work, because you're always very active in the chat, but we don't often see as much artwork from you. So seeing this of your painting here is really cool. And then Kathy's got these. I think these are the same, right? Just different angle, perhaps. Different. So these are great. It does look a little bit unfinished, I guess, at least according to Duchamp's painting. But I also don't mind it. It's much more, or much less defined. Even though you've got these black lines running through it, it still feels kind of ambiguous. It's definitely harder to discern that this is a figure walking down the stairs. I mean, the original is pretty ambiguous to begin with, but this is kind of neat. It's, it's almost like, again, what I think is cool about these artworks is it allows you to bring your own style out here. And I would say, like, I've never really seen a painting quite like that before. So that's an opportunity, I think, to, you know, an area to explore. Like when you create something that no one has done before, it can feel kind of scary, but it can also be like, maybe this is, you know, there's a reason why no one's gone down this, or no one's even thought to go down this road. So I think one of the reasons why it looks kind of a little bit different is often a lot of these black lines aren't connecting with other black lines. So there's less division of forms. The forms aren't maybe fully outlined like in the original Duchamp painting. And just for kind of reference, you know, if we look at Lolly's here, let's just zoom back out, or Richard's, you see how like a lot of these lines are connecting, and that is enclosing those forms. Maybe not everywhere. Also, you can see like the way Richard's kind of got just contrasting values of shapes. So we have a you know, a light shape next to a very dark shape, or, you know, light shape, dark shape. So they might not be fully outlined, but they're abutting a shape that is also kind of contrasting. So it also helps define those forms, right? You can see Lolly did the same thing, but has a little bit more outlining happening, versus yours, Kathy, has, well, I guess you do have some of those darker colors, but it's more subtle. And I don't know, I really like that. Again, it's different, but I think that's kind of, I think that's really cool. I love seeing that differences. Wow. Okay, moving right along. Let's look at Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. So there's Kathy's, Paula's, and the other painting. So I think there's only, is it possible only that we've only got 3 Toulouse-Lautrecs? Okay, maybe. So we'll start here with Paula's version of Jeanne Avril, the famous dancer in the Moulin Rouge. That's great. You know, obviously, again, Paula's sketched this one out all by herself. I think it's fantastic. There's a lot of that warm yellow showing through here. So I think what could be done is painting over most of it, pushing some of that intense yellow away, because there's most of this is covered up by white and gray and brown. I think it looks fantastic as it is. And I mean, do I have that painting right here? Yeah. You know, so there's my version of this painting, and you know, so you know, I did apply that warm yellow. You could see a little bit of it around those edges, but then I covered it up with this kind of yellowed newspaper kind of color, and kind of just, so really the only yellow that remains visible is, you know, in her hair and on the inside of her dress, I guess, right? And it's, you know, I think yours is great. It's just a little bit different, right? Which I think is fantastic. Okay. Next up is this famous painting by Artiste Bruant, who was not only an actor but a cabaret owner. In fact, that's what this says here, is Artiste Bruant in his own cabaret. So he opened up his own bar that he would sing and perform in, as well as gave space to other performers. And this was the name of this particular show, Ambassadeur. So Kathy's, that's turned out fantastic. I love how that looks. I don't know, I don't have anything to offer here. I think it looks great. You know, even just like this, I think, you know, that gray that you've got, I think worked out really well. You know, I was going to say from when I was a little bit zoomed out, it looked like that was the original gray and then you just painted around it. Now that I get up close, it looks like you went back and added gray. But I think that you did it in a very, you know, it was a really well done job so that it looks convincing, as if the blue, these darker colors were painted over top and around it. Which is probably how it was originally printed, because after all, this is a print. Looks really great, really well done. And Paula's, you know, it obviously, again, you sketched this out on your own, and so it, of course, looks a little bit different, but it also has just a very different personality here. You know, the figure artiste brûlante, who's in the center, is transformed from this kind of older, middle-aged man with a little bit of a belly to this much thinner, younger, slightly androgynous figure here. I mean, potentially this is, you know, a much more feminine face. So it's like as if this is it's been recast for 2024 with a female character in the lead of Artiste Brûlante, which I think is fantastic. Yeah, that's actually really good. I like that a lot. I mean, I just think that's so fun to have a different interpretation. The one thing is this figure in the background becomes a little bit more ambiguous. Like, if you haven't seen the original, it is maybe not clear that that's a person leaning against a wall with their arm up, like we see here, you know, in Kathy's. You know, it is, in the original itself, it's a little bit ambiguous. And it is very strange. Like, why did Toulouse-Lautrec put this figure back there anyway? Like, but I think one way we could do this is by maybe lengthening his arm up here, maybe defining the hat a little bit more. You know, maybe even putting in a little bit of glowing ghost eyes or something back there. Not that you need to. Just kind of thinking of solutions, because it's probably, you're not the only one who might have ran into that issue as you were working. Wow, look at all these comments. Barbara, so we'll go back to Heidi's question about where is everyone living. Barbara says, I'm in Bristol, England, 8 hours ahead. Randy says, in Rockford, Illinois. Deborah says, hi everyone, I'm on my phone while we're off to a doctor's appointment. I have to watch this later. Looking forward to seeing everyone's and seeing Heidi's seeing Michael's critique of Heidi's lovely painted cat. We'll get there. Yeah, that one's coming up. Ari says, I started the drawing course in parallel with the painting course. Wow, you're doing both of them at the same time, Ari. Whoa, that is that's a challenge. Wow, don't burn out. Take some time off. Don't have to do it all too quick. Jeannie says, Barbara, I got paint. I need to get the introduction and chart classes done. Good job. Good, nice to start right at the beginning. Some people leap right in midway through and then get a little bit frustrated and then go back to the beginning. So, you know, starting out right at the very ground level makes a lot of sense. Barbara says, it's so good to learn to draw. Michael's course was excellent and gave me the confidence to paint as well. Oh, that's great. Yeah, absolutely. I think knowing a little bit about drawing will make you feel more confident as an artist in general, so that when you're painting, you feel like you have more capacity to maybe add more of your own style in there, to take a little bit of liberties from the original, because you feel a little bit like you're like someone jumping out of an airplane and you got a parachute attached. You feel like, okay, this is a little bit scary, but I got a little bit of drawing in my backpack, so that like things get a little haywire, I can always pull the chute, and I can I'm not just free falling here. I've got something to fall back on. That's great. I love that. Heidi says, good luck, Deborah, with your appointment. I went to bed at 3 a.m. and also have a doctor's appointment later. Oh, you guys are up late. I just got this melatonin spray because our daughter she goes to sleep pretty well, but sometimes in the middle of the night wakes up and is very chatty. She's not crying or screaming. She just likes to deliver what we call her TED Talks at 2, 3 in the morning. She'll just lay in bed and babble and laugh, and I mean, it's super adorable. I record all these videos of her just laying in bed, just chatting by herself. But I got this little spray to spray in her mouth, so to see if her pediatrician recommended a little bit of that might help sleep right through the night, so she's not a little groggy in the morning. Anyway, I've tried a little bit of that spray myself the last few nights, just to, I'm the test monkey, and it seems to work pretty well, to be honest. Melatonin. So also anyone from the melatonin industrial complex who wants an ambassador for their brand, let me know, and I'd be happy to promote. It's all natural. You get it from your health food store. It may or may not have anything. It could just be a placebo effect, right? There's Kathy. Awesome. Oh, Kathy's at the airport right now. I fly in an hour, and you're watching. Oh, that's amazing, Kathy. We got a lot of stuff of yours to look at, so that's great. Yeah, you'll have some stuff to look at when you land. Although a lot of planes now have a little bit of internet, don't they? Pascaline, I'm waiting for my puppy to go to bed in 20 minutes, and then I'm thinking to sketch the Lake O'Hara by Carl Rungus. Wow, cool. That's a great painting. I forgot about that. It's a really fun painting. That's a good one. I love how the lake glows and that. That's a great one. Pascaline says, I like the female version here that Paula did. Ari says, burn out. It's pure fun. I can't burn out from too much fun. That's great. Well, sometimes you can have a little bit too much. Like I like to, my sweets. I've been doing this whole baking thing lately. I told myself that I can eat anything I want as long as I make it myself. So I've been like, well, I could just make a lot of banana bread and cookies, and so I've become a really good at making chocolate chip, peanut butter, and oatmeal cookies and banana bread. And then it's like, I didn't realize how much sugar was in all those things. It probably sounds obvious to a lot of people, but I didn't realize cookies were basically 95% sugar. So I it's possible to get a little bit too much of a good thing, I think. Mishi Cat says, what do you think is your biggest accomplishment in life? Wow, great question, Mishi. Here, I'm just gonna put another artwork up on the while I just answer your questions. Woo. Kathy says, I'm going to work on the drawing course while I'm away, finally. That's a great idea. Ari says, I can't stop painting for too long. I paint around 5 to 6 hours every day. Wow, I love that. That's great. Wow. by doing that much painting every day, it's the, what is it? Malcolm Gladwell talks about his 20,000 hours rule, that you have to practice something for 20,000 hours before you can master something. Although there's some debate about all those numbers and everything, but the idea holds true that in order to get good at something, you got to kind of do it enough to kind of be able to express yourself articulately with it. So, wow, that's really great investment in yourself. Kathy says melatonin is great. I love Edie's stories. Barbara is talking about my really healthy diet there, Michael. Yeah. Heidi says 10. What was the question? 10. Is that 10 hours a day that you're painting, Heidi? Oh, looks like just deleted there. Okay, so answer your question, Mishi. My biggest accomplishment in life, speaking of my daughter, that would definitely be by far my what I would consider to be it's an accomplishment, having a child and raising a child. So I think that's probably the thing I'm most proud of, for sure. There's been I've had an opportunity to do all sorts of cool things throughout the course of my life, and I'll just show you, we can just go to so you can go to masterstudy.ca is my website, and that just takes you to my website and also to information about all these classes and links and things there. But here's my portfolio, and so you can see a bunch of different projects that I've worked on. It's a little bit out of date. I need to get in here and tinker with it. There's new stuff that I've done since, but there's this artwork here that I did while I was traveling in a fighter jet plane, going at the speed of, faster than the speed of sound, making sketches, and I turned those into paintings. I went up to the North Pole. Both the fighter plane and that project were done while I was embedded with the Canadian Air Force. And these are some of the paintings that I've done, and different these portraits. I've done a whole bunch of portraits, and then album covers for musicians, and I've toured across the country a few times doing that. So anyway, there's lots of stuff that I've done that I feel super proud of and happy, major accomplishments. Yeah, my daughter is definitely I think my biggest, proudest accomplishment. Very, she's a wonderful kid. Very blessed. She's a total character. So, Pascal says, painting in near space, greatest accomplishment to come. Painting at these speeds, is there a red shift? It's a physics joke. I don't know what the red shift is, but Ari says, yes, in the winter I don't go out much. I'm not a fan of the cold at all, so I started a new activity and got addicted. That's great. What a great way. Yeah, I'm super proud of you guys. Okay, let's let's move on here. So let's look at Pablo Picasso. A couple people did this painting here of, I think it's like woman, still life, and green leaves, or green leaves, still life, and woman, or something. I can't remember the name of this painting. And this was a fun one to do. You may recall that I added a little bit of extra texture into some areas of the painting where it looked like Picasso himself had worked or overworked a particular area. And I think it turned out pretty good. And these are great interpretations. Both Barbara and Kathy did these. Maybe we'll start here with Barbara. I don't know what to say. I think this turned out fantastic, Barbara. Yeah, well, it looks like you also tried to build up a little bit of texture in a few places. Yeah, it looks fantastic. And same thing, Kathy. That looks great. You can really see that you really also built up a lot of texture in the face and in those leaves. I don't know where my own version is. Oh, right here. I think, and I went a little bit over the top too with, you know, I might have put a bit, you know, I think I put more texture on there than anybody else, which does make it pretty tricky to paint, you know, when you've got kind of these thick gobs of paint all over the place. And, you know, painting, because it's like you're trying to paint over hills and valleys. But I will say, though, it is one of my daughter's favorite paintings. I had to bring it back down here to hide it in the studio because she would just take it and just pick at it. And she started chewing on the side of it, so she chewed a little bit of the paint off there, which, you know, for me, I think is kind of cool. Like, it's not that well, because I don't want her eating the paint. That's really the main thing. I'm not so worried about her picking things off and quote-unquote ruining the painting. It's more just that I don't want her eating paint because she likes to chew on everything. So, oops, let's go to... and Michi says, I love your classes. Thank you, Michi. And Sanju's there. Hey, Sanju. Nice to see you. Kathy's on her way to the Yukon right now, northern Canada. Wow. Quite the time to go up there. It's going to be a little bit chilly. I hope you're bringing some thermal underwear. And some of those artworks, the portraits you'll see on my website if you check it out. I did in Dawson City. I was up there for a few months, I guess almost 10 years ago, trying to do a portrait of every single person in Dawson City. That was an intense project. Ari's in London. It's 7 p.m. here. Awesome. And Ismo says, hello, everyone. Look at this. Everyone's in town. Okay, let's keep on going ahead here. Okay, so this painting here is, you know, it's by Viktor Tsymbal. It's documenting the Holodomor, or Holodomor. Why do I say Yeah, Holodomor, which is the Ukrainian genocide that was perpetrated by Stalin and his henchmen in the 1930s and 40s in Ukraine. So a very, very sad and horrific moment in Ukrainian history. And this painting is really was the first to, because it was made literally a couple of years after that horrible, tragic moment in human history. But, you know, I think, you know, my version is less, you know, the original is pretty intense. Like it's essentially this woman holding her dead child, and the two of them are kind of ascending into heaven, and she's got this scream of anguish and horror and sadness on her face. My version of the painting, she just looks like she's crying, not necessarily, you know, has this scream of nature in the same, you know, in the way that, let's say, Munch described his experience of nature screaming. And also, Paula's, you've also kind of maybe inadvertently or purposefully tone down the intensity of that painting. It's interesting how, you know, in yours, her feet are touching the ground. So, you know, and she looks a lot more at peace here. Maybe this is after she's ascended to heaven and she's in heaven here and she's found some peace, or maybe, yeah, I'm not sure what the story would be. It's interesting how, like, the darker areas that surround her in the original almost look like her shadow here, or some other organism, like another figure, kind of like when we were talking about Artiste Bruant here by Toulouse-Lautrec, this kind of shadowy figure in the background. It almost has that same quality, doesn't it? One thing I loved about this painting, you know, it is a really dark subject matter, very, very intense, almost morose kind of, but, you know, what Viktor Tsymbal did by painting this painting is, you know, like the sky, the stars, kind of the Milky Way that he painted around it is, like, unquestionably gorgeous, really fun to paint, and just, you know, so if someone wanted, you could certainly do that painting again and just remove the figure, right? I think, you know, the subject matter is not necessarily everyone's cup of tea, but a really great way of exploring painting skies, and nighttime skies in particular, and stars. Okay. Let's, what should we do first here? Let's look at Andy Warhol. So we'll do a little bit of a Christmas in February, looking back at some of these artworks that we did for the Christmas holidays. And so we got a couple people who attempted Andy Warhol's Santa. And there's Kathy and Paula, our two trusty artists who are side by side with me every class painting what we're doing here. I love this one, Paula. I love your Santa Claus here with his hat kind of extending up into the air. I think, so what, you know, I guess, let me see. Let's bring these side by side. So what I would say about this is, I think what we want is the brim of his hat, and then he's got the you know, so I think what we're missing is that fold. And, you know, this is all in my version of it. You know, I used kind of gold and glitter to do this. In fact, I have that one right here too. Right, so I think we're missing that piece coming down to connect to the ball at the end of his hat there. So it does make Santa look like he's got maybe this big white earring or something going on. Or earmuff, maybe. In that case, maybe he needs another one on this side. I mean, I don't mind your version as it is. I think it's pretty cool. It just might be, for some people, be like, well, what's going on here? Why? You know, because I think this area right up here should be potentially red, or, as I said, gold, like in the Warhol's version. And but it's also not a big deal at all. I mean, it's still pretty recognizable as Santa Claus, right? And again, the fact that you sketched all of this out and did it all by yourself without the template is nothing short of remarkable. So great job. And then we've got Kathy's. Wow, that turned out great, Kathy. Wow, I love that you used all that glitter on there too. Or wow, looks great. You know, so this is a kind of a fun, weird one to do, right? I can't think of too many paintings where I've used glitter. In fact, have I used glitter? I'm sure probably you guys might know better than I do. There must have been another painting I've used glitter. It must have been. But, because glitter, you know, gets a bad rap. You know, glitter is often, in fact, I know in schools here in Vancouver, it's banned because that glitter often gets washed down the sinks in schools and just goes right out into the ocean, and the little fish eat it, and then that gets into our food system, and then it ends up in our sushi. And I think Vancouver is probably one of the only places where glitter is banned, which is one of the reasons why people call Vancouver no fun city. But you know, I do tend to agree that glitter is in many ways a terrible substance. Not if we just avoid the whole subject of glitter getting into fish's mouths and stuff. It's, you know, anybody who's had glitter appear, you know, on their face after having used glitter months before is like, where on earth does this stuff just keep coming? But anyway, this is great. Excellent job. Well done. Okay. And there's Barbara says, I'm sitting in my kitchen trying to finish The Red Cedar by Emily Carr. That's awesome. Yeah, that's a good one. That Red Cedar, that one, both of those Emily Carr paintings we did just over the past week. Or, well, yeah, last couple weeks. The other one we did just on Tuesdays upstairs in my living room. And, yeah, highly recommend it. I mean, obviously, I'm a huge Emily Carr fan. I think she's, you know, obviously one of the greatest artists of all time. And it's a really great painting to play around with. Ismo says, lots of British in this group. Barbara says, not really, we're just noisy. Kathy says, UK group listening all night, dedicated, that's for sure. Although, who was it was mentioning, it's 7 or 8 p.m. there in England. So, Ari says, I'm technically not British, just living there part-time, but yes, noisy. I think Ari's from, did you say, was it Belgium? I think. I hope I remember correctly. Barbara's got to pop to the supermarket. See you later. Ari says, yeah, the glitter looks really nice on Santa. It is true, right? It does make a big difference. And I think even Paula, what you could do if you wanted to get some glitter is the way that we did this is I applied some just matte medium and just sprinkled the glitter on there. And I think, you know, if you applied matte medium in this sort of V shape going down the side of his head, that might really help connect this ball that should be hanging from the top of his hat to the rest of his hat there. Okay, let's move on from Santa to Christmas trees by Andy Warhol. This is also a fun one to do, and I've seen a few comments from people saying this is great, I'm going to do this one every year and give them out to friends for Christmas presents and things. Excellent, right? We've got Kathy's. So they did a few different versions here. Heidi did some for Christmas cards, just as we just mentioned. Excellent. Look at that. Heathers, that's fantastic. And May, it's great to see May here. Paula. Excellent. Okay, so let's start here with Paula. Excellent job. I love how this one turned out. It's interesting how this tree here looks a little bit thin. This is like, it feels like a very small tree with just a few little branches that is really weighed down with a lot of stuff on it. A lot of these decorations. It's kind of a wonder that your tree is standing up. It hasn't fallen over. I think it's just because perhaps we could expand the branches on the bottom and make it look a little bit fuller with these green lines. I would also say that, you know, in this painting, because there's not a lot of there's not a lot. Well, there is a lot of detail, but you know, in comparison to some of the other paintings we've done, it is simplified. And so one thing I would say, you know, the way that you've done all of these branches is a little bit, maybe done a little bit too quickly. And so it does give the painting, you know, it looks kind of hurried. And so which you know is not necessarily a bad thing, but I think, you know, you spent a lot of time doing the decorations and painting inside them, and then these green lines feel a little bit like an afterthought, like you know, it's like, oh, I gotta go to the doctor's office in 20 minutes. Let's finish this whole painting off. And I kind of wish that you had drawn the branches more slowly and taken your time and given each branch as much attention as you gave, you know, the birds or the circles or the stars, because I think for me it's a little bit distracting. I think if there was more of those branches, let's say we had a lot more of them and they were all done like this, I would probably feel a little bit differently, because I'd be like, wow, there's a lot of detail here. I can understand why you went a little bit fast. But because there's less of them, the looseness of them is way more apparent to me. And I guess I just wish that there was a little bit more time spent in that area. Like, considering here with the way that May painted. So that's interesting. How did you do that, May? Okay, so it looks like May drew it all out, maybe used the template, and then applied the yellow imprimatura, and then painted around all of the shapes. Or no, maybe not. Oh no, looks like you painted the yellow. Huh. I am not sure exactly, because it has been painted with white. So I don't know. What I do think is it actually kind of looks kind of neat with that yellow underneath the green like that. It makes the branches kind of glow, because they've got that kind of golden yellow underneath the green, and in many instances they're a little bit wider or are kind of misregistered. And okay, interesting. Yeah, I think that's a really kind of innovative approach. And it also looks like you've got a little bit of kind of gray around some of those stars. I don't know if that's because you were trying to clean it up and make those edges look sharper, which and maybe some of that darker paint just mixed in with your white, but it does also make it look like those are shadows too. So very interesting. And as I said, great to see you painting again with us, May. May was one of the first persons to paint along with me way back in the very beginning, and I think took a little bit of time off and has come back, and I think that's so cool. Really cool. It's great to see some familiar faces from back in the past. Heather, that looks great. And also, again, a very different approach, right? So I like how in yours, all of the decorations and the branches are spaced out. Like there's almost no moments where, you know, a branch touches a bird or one of the ornaments. I mean, the birds are I guess in some, they are ornaments, I suppose, right? I mean, we've got the flying birds. I don't know if these are intended to be real birds or like some sort of plastic or aluminum birds hanging from the tree. But either way, all of the branches are kind of all of the elements are kind of isolated from one another. There's a bit of space around them, and Warhol did mostly that, but you've sort of amplified that a little bit and given a little bit more space, a little bit more breathing room, and so it gives it a bit more, even more of a stylized quality. And you've painted all of the branches rather than used a Posca pen like myself or Paula did, which means those branches appear a little bit thicker. So I think your instinct here because you didn't have that Posca pen to kind of get those fine little details, you painted them thicker, but you left space around them so that it didn't get too jammed up and busy. I think that's really smart, really great strategy here. And then you applied this sprinkling of kind of gold paint, probably flicking it with a brush or a toothbrush perhaps, and yeah, it looks really cool. I like that. And that gold border, that wavy border, very cool. Again, I think some of the most interesting things for me is just how you guys create innovations. We've got Heidi's. So it looks like two different versions. Okay, so at first I thought they were the same one, but they are different, aren't they? I love the inclusion of these cats at the bottom. Really great innovation there. Great job, Heidi. That I think is really fun. And you know, it really fits in really well. Like if I hadn't seen this and I just saw yours, I'd be like, yeah, that's exactly the way it looks. So really kudos to you for doing that. I love how that turned out. And then this one looks like you've applied a few different kinds of green in here too. And this one looks maybe a little bit more brushy. So, you know, this is what you know, kind of just, again, thinking back to, if we go back to Paula, you can see kind of, you know, it's okay for this to be a little bit loose and maybe even a little bit messy, but I think we need to do a bit more of it, or even get another green and paint that on top or around or next to some of those. And I think that would go a long way to making this artwork, which is already good, but making it excellent, right? And so I think, you know, like learning from one another, from, let's say, the way Heidi approached this, I think would be great. Yeah, and also I like how you've got like these black lines in the stem of these branches, and then the green around the outside. Really cool. And then Kathy's here, so I think Kathy's got two different ones as well. Look, I like how let's say a few of you did multiple versions of this painting, and it's always, I think, a fun thing to do is do the same painting twice, either paint them at the same time or come back afterwards and try it again, because you're guaranteed to do it a little bit differently the second time around, right? And those kind of it's an opportunity, because you're like, well, I've did this once one way. Well, now I feel a little bit more free to do it differently a second way. What would I do differently if I was going to do it again? And so I think this one, Kat says, I used like a copper paint to do the border, and that looks really cool. You know, copper and bronze are colors that are probably definitely underused, at least in terms of like metallic colors. People always go for the gold, and if it's not gold, it's going to be silver. And I'm guilty of the same thing, because I think the only two Posca pens I have are gold and silver. I didn't get the bronze or the copper colors. And copper, you know, is a really beautiful color, right? As I look at it, it is very enigmatic. It's kind of glittery gold, iridescent, and yet red, or is it brown? Like, what color are we actually looking at there? So I like that a lot. That it's also has a kind of a classic, timeless quality, and not maybe as gaudy as gold can be, right? Gold can often look very ostentatious, very, you know, in some ways it can even make something look a little bit cheap if not done well, right? Because it's like, oh, just sprinkle a little gold on it, it'll make it look great, right? Versus, you know, copper can make it look like a little bit more refined, a little bit more unique, in the same way that, like, you know, it's like a, what is it, like a blue diamond or something, you know, like it's something just like, oh, that's kind of neat. I kind of like that. But anyway, again, it's nice that you've got these two contrasting ones. You've got one with the red border and one with the copper. And then even just the way you painted these birds in there, looks almost like there's some iridescent paint on them too. Haidi says, I painted 6 trees with brushes. Wow, okay. That is awesome. It would be neat to see if you got a photograph of all of them lined up. That would be kind of cool to see all of them side by side. Kathy says, great idea. I might steal the cat idea for my daughter's gift. But her cat maze. But her cat maze. Maybe that's her name, Maisie? Maze? Okay. And speaking of cats, let's look at some we began this new year by painting some Warhol cats. And so there's Barbara's version combined, because I think I did 4 or 5 of them together. You combine them all together, and Paula did the same sort of thing, combine them into 1 or 2 artworks. So we'll start here with Paula's. I think these are great. Again, I like that you sketched all these out yourself. I do think, you know, I did in one of my in my free drawing course here on YouTube, I did an episode where I was teaching how to draw animals using simple shapes. And I think, Paula, that would really help you, particularly because we drew cats. And so I think learning a little bit about some secret techniques that you could use to help improve these drawings would probably be really satisfying for you, Paula. I don't know if you did the drawing course or not, but you know, it's free, it's up there. You can see in the comments that there's a number of other people who've also done the course and enjoy it. I think there's like 500,000 people have watched at least the first episode of the course, so it tends to be pretty popular, and the comments are pretty positive. So, and I guess I say that because one of the things with these cats is they look well, they have, you know, they remind me a little bit of like the way Maud Lewis painted. right? They are very idiosyncratic, very unique, and so I don't want to discourage someone from expressing their own unique vision, right? And but it's the little things like maybe some of these heads are a little bit bigger than the bodies, or we might be, let's say, missing one leg here. You know, I think both of these two cats here are missing their hind legs. So I think if you follow that class, it might just give you a little bit of awareness of those details, rather than just trying to draw directly from the image and just sort of drawing the outer outlines. Like maybe I'll just quickly kind of draw this up here, right? So like this cat, you know, if we have like it, because of the way that I feel like you've done this is just kind of started to sketch in by doing what we might call a contour line drawing, which is a totally legitimate and common way for artists to draw. But what it does is it can lead to some distortions, right? Like maybe we're missing this other leg that could be there, right? Maybe the head has gotten a little bit bigger. Versus if we start out by kind of sketching out the head, drawing in the body, and so once we've got that in, you know, assuming we're happy with the proportions that we've got here, you know, we might be a little bit more likely to kind of get proportions that we could be, might make a little bit more sense. Because if we draw those shapes in, then we can also adjust how big or small they are before we kind of finish them off, as opposed to working like this where there might be some kind of distortions, right? Anyway, not a big deal. I'm just, again, think that there's things that we can all learn. After all, every one of these episodes that we do, I learn stuff. So by no means do I consider myself to be an expert at all. I think all human beings are capable of learning things, and I think that's it's a good thing to know that no matter how old or young we are, there's always room for improvement. Dreams Anime says, hello, sir. Hello. Good to see you in the chat. Thanks for joining us. And then so let's just look at Barbara's here. So Barbara, did you use the template or did you sketch those out? Because how did you get them so small like that? That is wild. Like, I mean, that is the level of accuracy there tells me you must have used a template then maybe shrank it down on your computer and put them all side by side. That's cool. And I like how you got the typo that Andy's mom, because after all, Andy Warhol's mother did most of the or if not all of the what would you say, the writing of text, including sometimes Andy Warhol's own signature. His mother used her excellent penmanship, but she English was not her first language, so she made a few spelling mistakes on occasion, including, so the title of this book was was it 20 Cats Named Sam, but she wrote it as 28 Cats Name Sam, missing the D. But it's funny how most people don't even realize that there was a typo there. But Andy saw it and was like, oh, that's great. I like it. Let's just keep it. Which I'm sure just his publishers were like, are you, Andy, we can't publish a book with the title of the book misspelt on the cover. Are you crazy? And he's like, yeah, but that's the way my mom wrote it. And so I like it. Let's print it like that. And they're just like, okay, Andy. And yet, I bet you, I mean, I've seen this book. I've seen these images for the past 20 years since I was in art school. I never even noticed that typo that whole time. So I think Andy was like, why go to all the trouble fixing the mistake when probably no one's even going to notice, and it's just a big bunch of busy work? Let's just print it. Who cares? Which I just think is, tells us everything we need to know about Andy Warhol. That, that ability to embrace mistakes, or even often, almost like as if he's mistake blind. People have color blindness, right? He's got mistake blindness. He's just like, oh, yeah, I see the quote unquote mistake that you feel I've made here, but I don't really see it like that. I just think it's kind of a neat little talking point. It's like when people talk about Easter eggs in DVDs or movies, things that are kind of that people who really become fans of a movie like to go in like, oh, look how, that actor in the very back row who's portraying an ancient Roman soldier, is wearing sunglasses or something. That's totally out of, ahistorical, but most people don't notice it. But it's, some people love to be able to pause and point that out, and some people say it's a deficient part of a movie, but some people find that to be the very thing that attracts them to that. Ari says, I like the texture on the cats and the pretty handwriting. Yeah, totally agree. I mean, I don't think that's what Andy himself liked. He was just like, I love the way my mother writes stuff. I'm just going to hire her to do all the writing myself. And I think I mentioned, I don't know where that record is, but I got my own mom to do something similar for a record I did a few years ago. Still got to get to these shelves. I've been doing all the cleaning down here, but yeah, so I don't know where that... All the artwork I've made over the years is all over around here somewhere. Anyway, so let's see. We've got a couple more to go. So we'll look at Yoko Ono next. Here we've got Paula and Robin. And these are wild. I love how each one of you really did something wild to reinterpret this artwork. We'll start here with Paula. I like how you hand wrote these in, and then you added these colors and birds and branches and things in here to give it your own spin. Like you've got this, like on the one on the right, you've got this green imprimatura, I guess, and then you wrote the words in, and then you painted them with white that's got some sort of medium in there to thin it out. And so it, it's interesting because like green is often sort of seen as kind of an army color, right? It's color of the uniforms and the camouflage, and all the tanks and everything is colored green. And yet then you've painted over it with some semi-transparent white, and white is often seen as sort of like the color of peace or of surrender. So there's something kind of, I don't know if it's at all intentional or not, but to me I see that as like, oh, that's either very clever conceptually, or a really fortuitous quote-unquote chance, like almost maybe unconscious approach here, like this idea of taking that green and it's being washed out with peace, right? That the green is being subdued by this peaceful white color, I think is yeah, I think there's something really interesting happening there. I like that a lot. This one, I'm not really sure. It almost looks like fish or rocks in a river, a fast-moving river. I think, right? I'm not sure what's going on here. Like, to me, this brown looks like the shoreline, and then maybe you've got these rocks or like salmon that are jumping through these waves. I don't know. And so that, again, that could tell me, if I wanted to really get my storytelling hat on, it's like, maybe are we talking about, salmon spawning, and it's, if you know anything about the arduous journey of salmon to lay eggs, they often swim upstream, like leaping up waterfalls, which is just insane. I mean, not like the Niagara Falls waterfalls, but small, well, sometimes like 5-10 feet, they'll leap up and to get all the way back to kind of the headwater and lay their eggs, and then either swim back out to the ocean or die in those ponds, and then their fish hatch and they swim downriver, and then when they're old enough, they make that whole arduous journey back. So there's something like, the war is over, they've made it to the headwater, right? So which is, again, that's a battle in and of itself, right? So I think that's very cool. Robin, I love these are wild, and I don't remember what you wrote in the Facebook group as to how these were produced. Let me see if I could guess. It almost looks like some sort of printing technique. Like you've painted on something and stamped it down. Like, gosh, how on earth did you do that? Or maybe you painted and then put like wax paper or something on top and then peeled it off and it's removed paint, maybe? You really got me there. This one, I imagine you painted on like black paper and then cut these shapes out and glued them onto the surface, which is really smart. It never occurred to me to even think about doing that for this painting, but that would have actually probably saved me a lot of time, because I did this one with tape, and doing it with tape is time consuming, and this is actually cleaner and I'm sure much faster, and produces a pretty neat effect. Like these areas where the paint is kind of not solid, right? It's kind of got that worn look. Is really cool. So really interesting, innovative approach, Robin. there's a number of works. I think we'll see most of the stuff here coming up that you've done, and yeah, I love. Again, I sound like a broken record, but it makes me so excited to see how each one of you solves the same problem in different ways, right? And that just shows the creativity of the human mind. It shows us that there's not just one way of doing things, that there's infinite ways of doing the same thing, right? And I think that should be really encouraging, because sometimes, we do something and we're like, I did it differently than the way it's supposed to be done. I guess I made a big mistake. I must be an idiot. People have all sorts of negative things that they will tell themselves about that. And so I'm the exact opposite of that. It's like every time I see someone do something different, it's like, wow, that is really cool. It would never occur to me. Like, just seeing you do this, Robin, makes me think like, if I was going to do this artwork again, I probably would do that, use this solution. It never even occurred to me. And yet this would have saved a lot of time and aggravation, because especially cutting around all of these shapes with a blade and using the tape, and the tape doesn't peel off properly and it tears, and the canvas, it's just so, yeah. Very smart, very cool. That's one of the things I love about this group is how, because there's so many of you often working on the same artworks, we get to see all of your creativity, all the different solutions each person comes up with for the same sort of activity. It's just like, wow, what a great resource. And also because I know that the vast majority of people who watch these episodes are not painting these paintings, but tune in because they're just like, like it can be really encouraging for some people, because they think like, wow, there's just no way I could ever do any of these paintings. And they look and they're like, oh, well, their painting isn't perfect, but look, they had the courage to complete it and post it. Hey, I think I could do that. I could do a reasonably good job just like that person did. Yeah, maybe it's not perfect. Maybe it's not going to end up on the walls of the Museum of Modern Art or the Louvre, but that shouldn't be a disqualifier for making art, right? There's a lot of very famous artists that aren't in the Museum of Modern Art already, right? So, they only have a certain amount of wall space to begin with. Okay, this will be the last series of paintings we look at before we move on, and next we're going to look at your drawings. Then we're going to come and look at all of the paintings that you guys have made over the past few months. My watch is upstairs. How are we doing with time? Ooh, oh my goodness, time is flying. Okay, so what do I want to say here, Kathy? That looks great. I did this painting as well, and I'm not too happy with the way it turned out. And I also noticed that it's got like a number of downvotes, which I find funny. Often most of those episodes have, or most 100% thumbs ups, but this one had, I think, 6 thumbs down. Meaning people tuned in and were like, oh, that sucks. That guy did a terrible job. What an idiot. Which, I almost never thumb down a video on YouTube. I usually just like, okay, well, whatever. But I myself, my own version, I think leaves something to be desired. I think I'm happy with the way the clouds turned out. My figures feel a little bit clumsy. I like how some of the hair turned out, but I think this is one of those paintings where I ran out of time and had to kind of wrap up maybe sooner than I had wanted. But anyway, Kathy, this turned out great. Pascal, wow. Paula and Vicky, that's great. How about let's go start here with Kathy's. I think this turned out great, Kathy. I think yours, you've got a really nice, you did a great job with subtlety of the figures, you know, kind of softly painting in here. I think we could go just a little bit darker, a little bit more value in here, perhaps. Although I don't mind it like this either. Gotta say I don't mind it like that. I would say maybe the angel's eyes could be just have a little bit more gray. They're a little bit white, which makes them a little cartoony. And so just sort of, because, you know, even my own eyes right now, you know, there's a little bit of white because I got all these bright lights pointing right at me. But a lot of the rest of my eyes are a little bit darker. Like, right? So if we look here, you know, especially the insides of my eyes are, you know, if we think of like the collar of my shirt here being white, you know, in fact, except for a few really bright highlights in my eyes are darker than my shirt, right? And darker than some of the gray in my hair or my teeth, right? So I think just sort of thinking about that, that's one thing I often think about with like eyes is, you know, if they're just solid white, and you know, there's a little bit of gray in here, but I would put even a bit more in some of those areas. Otherwise, I think it's really fantastic. As always, Kathy, you're rock star. You're doing great. I just was trying to think of things I can say that might be a little bit helpful. Yeah. Excellent job. Pascal. That is great, too. I love how thick and gooey that texture of the paint is. Feels like we're zoomed in quite close, so maybe there was the other angel that you didn't photograph here or include, unless this is just a very small canvas, and it may actually very well be. Maybe is that on the right side? Could be the edge of the canvas. I'm not sure. But it's really interesting, Pascal. You know, having seen so many of your paintings, there's definitely times where you spend a lot of time on a painting and then things get really refined, and then sometimes where you're much more expressive and more painterly with your application of paint. And painterly just means like what we see up here, like kind of quick, thick brush strokes. We see the brush strokes, right? Which, you know, in terms of Raphael's original painting, of which this is, and we're actually, is it next week? We're going to finish this painting because these angels are just actually a small part of a larger painting. So the top half of the painting is what we're going to be doing next week. The Madonna and Child. And arguably Raphael's most famous painting. I mean, these angels are so iconic, but I don't think most people even have any idea that Raphael painted them. One thing I would say is there's something slightly awkward about this arm, because you see this arm come down. Here's the bend in the elbow, and the elbow, then the arm kind of bends again, and then comes up to the shoulder, right? Just out of, I'll just, like you've got this thumb, right? So we have this double elbow kind of thing happening, as opposed to, we'll just sort of look at Kathy's here as reference. You can see that in the original we have right, so the main thing is the difference between, Pascal, your arm pointing under, like towards the left side of the painting, whereas in Raphael's it's painting towards the right side of the painting. So not a you know, it's not a deal breaker, but it is a little bit awkward. So I think one thing we could do to fix that might be to widen this and change that so that we could maybe have that situation. All right, I think that would be probably the way that I would try to, that I could kind of fix that situation. I think that would also probably make you feel a little bit better. The other thing too is the other arm here. It's just sort of, you've got this, the arm just sort of comes in and just ends. So it also kind of creates a confusion, because does that hand belong to this arm or this arm? Well, I think it belongs to this arm, or at least that's the way it is in the original Raphael. So I think what we need here is maybe just a little bit of articulation that this is a hand right there. I think that would be really helpful if we just put in just a couple little lines for some fingers there. It looks like maybe you've got a bit of a thumb happening there. Look, you've got maybe a thumb there. So that's great. Just a couple little lines there, and I think that would go a long way to improving that one. Great job here, Paula. I mean, I think this is what we were just talking about, right? And again, you sketched this all out on your own, Paula, and wow, that is pretty cool. Yeah, I think this looks great. Even the way like these angels look, the kind of, you know, kind of bored and yet, what is the expression they have? I mean, they both look a little bit, a little melancholy, almost a little bit sad, to be honest. Which is kind of one of the features of the original Raphael. It's like, what are those angels thinking? Because if you just think about like the whole biblical story, you know, that idea of like the birth of Christ, if you follow the Bible, you know, there's definitely in many ways extremely melancholic. If you think of the fact that there's this young child is born, which is, you know, always a really happy moment, but then you're thinking, wow, this child is going to grow up and be executed, you know, in was it 37 years, right? So there's kind of anyway. And those angels should have that foreknowledge, right? And then just lastly here, we'll end here with Vicky's interpretation of this painting. And again, what a wild... I love this. And this is why I wanted to end with this one, because I just think it's so much fun. I love that you gave the baby these or the angel, these sunglasses. I love how this one sort of got white hair, almost like George Washington or something, like a judge's wig. Even this baby's hair is more, well, it's kind of got a little bit of a James Dean thing going on there, very wavy. You know, the fingernails are painted. I love that. Really, that's really fun. This is really, really fun. And so, you know, now that all these episodes exist, you know, perhaps, you know, anybody could paint these paintings at any time, but, you know, as we get closer to, well, as we get closer to Christmas here, speaking the middle of February, but, you know, people could pick up these artworks and the Warhol artworks in early November of this year and work on them again and resubmit whatever they've done, and we can talk about them again in the future. Really fun. I like how this one's done. I like how, you know, your application of paint is a little bit, is kind of thick and opaque. We still see some of the colors underneath, but gosh, whose work does that remind me of? Who painted? I mean, a little bit of Marc Chagall. There's a little bit of Marc Chagall in here. Another artist that comes to mind is James Ensor. So there's a few things going on. I really like how that turned out, Hazel, or Vicky Habel. Let's say Hazel. Okay. And here we just, out of chance, Ari says, I'm going to continue my Chagall circus. Have a good time, everyone. Awesome, Ari. We'll have a wonderful afternoon painting. Good luck. Okay. So we're going to move on here in a moment. It might be just a good moment here, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so that you can know when upcoming bonus episodes like today's are going to happen, because I often sort of do them almost a little bit spontaneously. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1, $5, you can you send through PayPal, the super chat while we're live. You can send an e-transfer via email or check in the mail. By contacting me through my email. My email's on my website and the Facebook group. All those links are down below. And thank you again for all of your support over the years. Okay. Yeah, so I think just a quick shout out for our Facebook group here. So let's, where should we go? So we're going to look at drawings for about the next hour, I think, here. And we'll start in reverse alphabetical order, because I'm sure everyone who's got a name that starts with a V is sick and tired of having to wait for all of everyone else with A and M and G names, etc. So we're going to start and work our way backwards. So we'll start here with Victoria. So all of these drawings, let's look at what you've got here, Victoria. You got about 5 or 6 drawings. Wow. These are great, Victoria. I think that's all of your drawings here. So firstly, one thing, obviously almost all of these drawings, or maybe all of them, have in common is that there's that grid, that you're drawing on this gridded paper, which is, you know, certainly workable. It is a little bit distracting, although I could see it being helpful in some ways to help you, because once you've got a line, you can see, let's say with this image, right? It's very clear if you're wondering, like, you know, where's the eye in relationship to the nose, where you can just say, like, okay, well, here's near the tip of the nose. There's almost a whole square between them and the tip of the nose, from the bottom of the eye to the tip of the nose. So when you're looking at the image, say, on the screen, your sketchbook can help you make those judgments as opposed to just drawing them out on your own or visualizing. So I think that works really well. I would say that, based on what I've seen here, you're getting really, really good at drawing. I think you could probably try doing some drawings without the grid, or you can also use a grid underneath, right? You could take like take your grid and photocopy it and amp up the value so that your photocopy of the grid is really dark and very visible. And then you could take just regular photocopy paper, put it over top of that grid, and then you can draw, and you still see the grid underneath, but then when your drawing is completed, you can take it, and then there won't be the grid on the final drawing. Or, of course, you could take these drawings and then photocopy them, and then put some carbon paper underneath, and then trace out the outlines onto another piece of paper, and then finish those drawings on a clean piece of blank paper. I think that would also look really nice too. Because I love these drawings, I just find that the grid is a little bit distracting. It really emphasizes that these drawings are sketches as opposed to finished artworks. And when my undergraduate degree was in drawing, so I really see drawing not just as a means to an end, as a means to get a painting done, but I also see drawing as its own, as a genre of art in and of itself, and that it is equal to painting or photography or whatever else. And so I think sometimes it's kind of nice to treat your drawings with the potential for them to be finished artworks that you could frame and hang in your home. And I kind of get the feeling that with that grid there, you may feel a little bit less reluctant to kind of see them as finished artworks. And they seem to kind of just exist as sketches. So I think all of these are great. And I think they, deserve to be treated as like finished artworks. Now, these are excellent. Really great. I love those eyes. Beautiful. Really great. I love the way that you've drawn the cat's face here. Look at that. That cat has got those eyes. It is focused. That's really good. You can really see that it's almost, you could even though the tongue's not hanging out, you could just sense that the tongue is like, I'm gonna eat that mouse. Oh, that's gonna be delicious. Right? They're really good. Here's boots. Fantastic. Yeah, I don't have much. I don't know what I could say here. I love this dog too. A little thing I would say is potentially, even though probably this is based on a photograph, even though maybe we don't see the dog's tail in the photograph, I would probably still have drawn it out there. Maybe looked for another time where the dog's tail was just sort of hanging loosely at the side. Maybe that's another knee, I think. Just because sometimes we have to draw, if we're working from a photograph, I've said this before, I probably said this many times in the episode, sometimes you got to draw it wrong to make it look right. Sometimes you need to add details that aren't in the photograph to make it clearer. Those hands of Albrecht Dürer, those very famous praying hands, look great. I feel like that thumbnail is sticking out a little bit much there. It almost looks like it's falling off, right? Something's going on there, but otherwise, I think that's fine. I love this guy playing guitar on is it train tracks? Looks like a little bit of a dangerous place to play your guitar, but as long as you don't fall asleep there, then I think that's okay. This castle, that's great. This guy pointing a gun, well done. That's pretty tricky to do. I do like that the barrel of the gun is the darkest, has the most black, because that's going to make it look like it's coming forward, right? That it's because our eye is going to go to the, in fact, I think it could even be a little bit darker. And that guy looks kind of familiar. I wonder who that is. That's me before my mustache. Also, I look a little bit younger and thinner there. That looks, I always like seeing images of myself when I'm thinner and younger. And this bonsai, that's great. I like that a lot. I like seeing the cross-hatching you put in there. Great cross-hatching exploration. Wow. I like all this cross-hatching you're doing. Really tricky to pull off. Beautiful. Great. Okay. Let's move on. We've got a couple from Shelley. And so Shelley went to see this Beyond Monet exhibition. I'm not sure where this was. These are popping up more and more frequently all over the place. I encourage you to check if one of these comes to your town. Often they're a little bit overpriced. Sometimes they're like, $40 a ticket to get in. I think for me, I've been always a little bit disappointed with them. I feel like there's potentials that aren't done there. But at the same time, anything that's going to get people to look at art more is a win as far as I'm concerned, right? So the fact that these exhibitions are very popular, people go there, they take lots of pictures and post them on Instagram. I think that is fantastic. I think the world would be a better place if more and more people were looking at art. So, yeah, these are great. And then here's a drawing that Shelley did. So, I think there's a lot of excellent things working in this picture. I really like the way the cat has been done, and the fur on the cat, really well done. And you're doing a little bit of smudging in the fur too, like in the white parts of the fur. I think that's really good. Like there could probably be just even a little bit more shading around the eye or right down the bridge of the cat's nose. The hair of the woman here is well done. I think it could even get darker in a few places. I'm sure there's going to be a few areas where it'd be a little bit darker, which will give it more volume. Like we can keep, I don't know, maybe this woman's hair is blonde or gray. Doesn't mean we want to, because obviously if we darken the whole thing, it's going to make her hair look dark black or something, right? So we don't want to do that. But even if your hair's gray, there's going to be areas underneath that are where the light can't penetrate to, and so it's going to appear darker in there. So I would expect perhaps areas around the side of her face here to be darker. And so that just might mean darkening in a few areas where it appears that it's kind of built up. The other thing is with her eyes. So it appears to me that this is perhaps based on a photograph of a woman with her eyes closed. It looks like those are her eyelashes. And there's the fold of her eyelid is, I think, is too dark. And so what that does is it creates a particular kind of a little bit of an uncanny feeling where it looks like her eyes are actually open, and yet we don't see any pupils or irises, right? So it's like she's got these blank eyes, kind of like Amedeo Modigliani, right? Who famously painted a lot of portraits with blank eyes. But one of the things that he often did is made the eyes black inside. He did a few that had white eyes, which certainly gives those figures kind of a strange quality. I think Modigliani was also influenced by like Greek sculptures and African sculptures maybe even more African sculptures, because those were kind of all the rage in Paris at the turn of the 20th century. And a lot of those masks obviously had empty space holes for eyes because they could be worn on people and used in traditional dances and ceremonies. And yet when they're exhibited, they just have these sort of empty eye sockets. Anyways, I feel like, I think if you just erased that dark line on the top of the eyelid, and yeah, I'm sure that there is a little bit of a fold there, because obviously when your eyes are open, that skin recedes and bunches up, just like the roof of a convertible has to fold into the back of the trunk, you know, and if it does that enough times, you especially if it's like white like this, you're going to see some kind of wear and maybe areas where the folds kind of get a little bit dirty and they become a little more visible. The same thing on a human eye, right? There, you know, as those, you know, as we age, those lines might appear a little bit more visible. But again, like I said before, sometimes you got to draw it wrong to make it look right. So perhaps maybe it looked exactly like this in the original, but if it was in a photograph, we tend to be like, oh, that's yeah, that makes sense, that looks normal. And then you might draw it based on the photograph and you said, well, yeah, that's exactly what the photograph looked like. And it's like, yeah, but that's the photograph. If it's the drawing, it might need a little bit of massage there to make it make a little bit more sense. So I mean, ultimately, like, I think this drawing, if you just make that little change there, I think it's gonna leap forward and you'll be a lot more satisfied. I think we could even make these eyelashes darker and a little bit more pronounced. They don't necessarily have to be longer, but just, you know, just like what you've done, let's say down here with just these small little black lines, I think that would look really cool too. I mean, also potentially there could be just a tiny bit more of outline around the bottom of the nose where we would expect a shadow to be, but maybe not. Anyway, I know it's great. Excellent job. You guys do such great work. I'm just nitpicky. Okay, we've got a lot of artwork coming up here by Senga. So we'll see how many we'll go through them all, but I won't spend too long on each one of them because I think we got like 50 or so. These are great. All of these studies of eyes, I love these. That's great. This guitar, I like that a lot. I could see this looking like a really cool painting. I love these. I love, you know, when I see people drawing the same things over and over, it tells me that someone really wants to learn, is really kind of challenging themselves, is like, I'm gonna get this. I want to figure this out. What do I do to figure it out? Right, all these exercises we did in our drawing class. Excellent. I love seeing that you're doing the drawing class, Senga. So as I said here, we've got, wow, there's a little bit more than, wow, okay, so where should we, so I think Senga did the whole drawing course, or has been working on the whole drawing course, and essentially uploaded the entire sketchbook, I think. So we're not going to spend too long looking at every drawing, because maybe not all of them need some feedback. I'll just sort of stop at the ones, and I think we might have some of the same images photographed 2 or 3 times here as well. So just as a little bit of a heads up, you know, when you're uploading pictures, just keep that in mind. We don't need multiple pictures of the same image. Oh, I like that. Using these little S curves to create, like, what does that look like? Some sort of, like a skull of like an antelope or something. These are all great. Wow, I love this lion. That is great. Wow, that's wild. Very cool. I almost feel like I bet that nose is a little bit darker. Or where's the nose? Yeah, it's a little probably. I think there's going to be a little bit more darker value right up there, but not a big deal. That's cool. Another version of this lion. It almost looks like this lion's crying a little bit. It looks like maybe you went back in and did a bit of erasing there to bring some highlights back in. That's wild. Did you paint white or something there to make that ball look a little brighter? I think with this thing here is, this shadow on the ball is very strong, and so it almost looks like this is like a like a pool ball with a stripe on it, as opposed to there being a shadow on one side. This shadow would be softer. I mean, it gets definitely usually the darkest part is usually in this area, but we would still see a little bit more of this gray kind of blending back up into the white. These are all great. Excellent. Great. Wow. Excellent. Not sure what more I can offer. I think, kind of going back to the same sort of thing with that sphere, and like this being just a bit of that hard edge needs to be softened out a little, like what you did here with the cylinder, right? You see it's a little bit darker there, but it's not such a bold, like a stripe down the side. It's you just sort of blended it out. It's a little bit lighter on this side, darker, and then lighter again. That's what we want to do. Excellent job. Great. I forgot this. We did the Simpsons living room. I totally forgot about that. That was cool. Oh, I like how you did this face with arcs like that. It kind of looks a little bit like the Paul Klee that the cat that we did of his, the painting. Ooh, I like this. It's like the Brooklyn Bridge or Washington Bridge. Excellent. What is this bear doing? Help! What is going on? What's on the head of that bear? Is that a hat? That's funny. Great. I like this. I like that you're doing multiple versions of the same thing too. Those are all great tests. Oh, I like these portraits. These are great. I like that. Fantastic. I like that you combined some of these images together. You're using your sketchbook, really filling it up. That bonsai tree, Van Gogh's bedroom. Really, just seeing all of these drawings. It looks like you're really paying attention. You're doing all the exercises. You're not skipping any of them. That makes me super happy. That's great. Coming along. I think that dog's nose needs to be much darker to pull the face of the dog forward. Remember, the darkest lines are going to appear closest to us. So if we darken that nose of that dog, all of a sudden, because right now the dog's face looks kind of flat, but if we darken it, that nose is just going to almost appear just magically to come forward. Great, those sweaters look great. Wow. Excellent. Oh, that Julian Opie, great. That hair. All of these, really great job. Yeah, I would just say, Senga, just think, just be careful not to upload too many of the same images, or because I see many of the same things repeating here. Because I don't think you need feedback on every drawing. These are great. I like how that's turning out. I'd love to see this one with a little bit more detail in there. Add some shading into the hair. I think this turned out great. Oh, nice wood. Great cat. So we were talking about drawing that cat earlier on here. Nice eyes. That's great. I like that. That's awesome. That's cool. What is this? It kind of looks like a Grandma Moses painting. Huh. Maybe it is. Maybe, although I don't know if she... This looks like just kind of an industrial thing going on. Some farming or some sort of logging operation or something. Not sure what's going on there. I think here we might be missing the tip of the nose. Looks like we got the nostrils on the other side. So we have a little bit, we want a bit more of a W effect in here. Great. I like this, like, wolf. That is wild. I love that. That turned out great. Oh, these are okay. So looks like you've got a few coming up here based on this fellow. Trying to sketch him out here. So this would have been, this is pretty tricky. So what would I advise for this? I'm trying to think, what image are you working from? There's that. I think it's probably this. I think that's the photo. So first of all, you're working from a photo that's kind of blurry, which I think if you're more experienced, working from a blurry photo would actually be a really great challenge, because it would force you to you'd sort of necessarily have to stylize the drawing to get it done. There's it would be a really, it's a major challenge. So I think you're starting from a pretty challenging artwork to draw from, because you don't see a lot of detail, particularly in the eyes. So what that means is when you're drawing the eyes, you're kind of relying on your memory of how eyes look to do that image. And that, I mean, maybe you're using both of those drawings. Kind of. And then the other thing is mouths. Whenever you're drawing mouths, especially when you're just beginning, I would do images where people's mouths are closed, because when you draw mouths that are a little bit open or even smiling, those are more complex, more dynamic portraits, and teeth can pose a major challenge for drawing, because you kind of have to really underplay the teeth, otherwise they look like fangs, and it almost looks like that might have been something you struggled with here. It's like, oh, what am I going to do here? Maybe you did it and then erased it and then maybe eventually gave up altogether. So I love that you challenged yourself with this drawing. I think you've got a lot of excellent stuff that you've created over this 150 images here that we've seen. I think it's just continuing to practice, finding images that have maybe a little bit more of a, if we're going to work on portraits, a little bit more blank expression. So instead of like big smiles, right, where people like, just something where whose faces are more relaxed, and just like maybe a very gentle smile. It might not be exactly what you want. Maybe you want something that's got a big, exuberant, boisterous kind of smile, but those are harder drawings to do, and therefore the likelihood of success is lower. And then when the likelihood of success is lower, it can play havoc with one's confidence when one is trying to learn and get better. So I think you want to sort of gradually build up to a photograph like this to work from. Because even if I was to try to do this drawing, this would be like, I would do this drawing for me as a challenge. Like, oh, okay, this one's gonna really push me to my limits here. And so, I think it's sort of maybe biting off a little bit of a bigger bone, or biting off a bigger challenge than you may be ready for. And so I'm always, because I think about that in terms of just when we're learning, we want to build up confidence. Confidence is perhaps the main thing we're doing when we're learning anything, really, but it's, especially in drawing or painting. And so picking and choosing which image you work from, I think, is really important. And of course, how would you know that? How would you know which photograph is a good one or a bad one, or not a bad one, just a more challenging one to work from? So even that photograph, I think, is a better photograph to work from. We still see his mouth open and he's got these big cheeks, but there's more detail in the face to reference. So that would make your life a little bit easier. But all in all, really great job, Senga. I'm super proud. It makes me really happy just to see how much work you've accomplished this last little bit. I think this is another one that you've done. Thinking of cutting windows out, putting light behind it, and calling it a Glasgow skyline. So how is that made? Is this like cardboard or something? What am I looking at? Yeah, I mean, you could certainly cut the windows out and put some sort of light in behind it, or put it on your window, and so the light from the window comes through. I think that could be really cool. I love that you used perspective to create all of these diagonal lines, so those buildings look like they're in perspective on that like 3/4 view. So we have a 2-point perspective. That's really complicated. So all major kudos to you, Senga. Great job. Okay. So, let's move on here. So, we'll look at Ryan here is up next. And how many we got? I think about 10 by Ryan. Looking at the drawing class, let's just kind of flip through these. Wow. Okay, again, someone who's working their way through the drawing course. Well done. Excellent. I like all the little notes that you're writing on there. Excellent. Really cool. You know, I think it's really, I always hope that people keep these drawings because, you know, later on, if you continue drawing for years and years, when you go back and look at these, it's going to be so exciting because it's like, for me, it's like looking back at, you know, photos of my daughter when she was younger and just like, oh man, I forgot about that moment. Like, oh man, it's so neat to see, think about how far we've come, right? And so all of these drawings later on, you know, all of these, you know, you might look like, some of these are pretty awkward. I could do so much better now. But that's the point, is then you can see your own development and be like, wow, I've really come a long way. That is so exciting, because often what can happen as us artists is sometimes we forget how far we've really come, and we can get kind of hard on ourselves, be like, I can't do anything. What am I doing? I just should give up. I can't do anything bright. And I felt that sometimes when I'm painting live during these live streams. I've been doing this professionally for 20 plus years, right? And so that's why, you know, I strongly encourage you to have your art up in your house somewhere, even if it's not the thing that you're most proud of, you know, because sometimes even just seeing something, you're like, I could do a better job than that. And that might motivate you to do, to make another artwork to outdo that last one, which is, you know, I love, that's why I love these frames. I actually just got a few more. I've mentioned these before. These are frames that have slots in the top that you can slide these paintings into, and I got like a dozen of these upstairs in my living room. So after each episode, I can just take the painting that I've just done, swap them out with one that's already in there, and I just sit back on the couch and I can look at it. And yeah, there's times where I look at it like, you know, that one is not one of my favorite, but it does motivate me to do more work, to sometimes to prove that I can do better. You know, and sometimes there's works I'm really happy with, and that also is exciting. But having all of your older artwork in one place, like that, is exceptional. This is a great drawing. You know, I love my hand, right? And you're going to come back and, you know, you might look at this again and be like, wow, that was great. What have I done that's been better than that recently? And then you're like, you know what? I gotta do something better than this one, because this can't be the, you know, my high water mark and from years ago. And then that you get your sketchbook out and you do another one, and then you look at this one, you're like, oh my goodness, this is terrible. Look at what I can do now. And that's good, right? Yeah, these are all really great, Ryan. Well done. Keep on going. I want to see more of these where you just get more and more involved, really challenging yourself a little bit more. Okay, here's Roberto. Roberto also going through the drawing course. Went to the park today, made a quick sketch. Not very anatomically correct, but I'm proud of it. Good. That's, you know, especially when you're drawing things where you don't have necessarily the reference like from our classes, and you're just creating your own thing. Oops. That's great. Anything that can make you build that confidence is really important. Yeah, these are great. I love these too. I like how quickly you're drawing. And then some places you're slowing down a little bit. I think, you know, one thing I would say, and this is, I say this almost all the time to everyone's drawing when it comes to hair or fur, is to slow down and take your time, and give it as much attention as you gave, let's say, the nose or the lips, because, you know, some of these lines up here look like they're done very fast, right? Like you know, you got this, you've drawn this outline. Let me see what piece of paper. It's so dark, right? You've carefully done this outline, this hair. Got the chin in place, and then I get the sensors. Right, and it's really fast, and there can be a time and a place for really fast mark making, but sometimes it looks a little bit like an afterthought, and it's because it's often right there on the surface of the painting. The way I like to think about it is imagine decorating a cake, and you decorate this cake, and you put all this love into making this beautiful, delicious cake, and then you put the icing on top, and oh, it looks so beautiful. And then you go like, decorate it, throw some sprinkles on. Okay, done. And it's like, oh, well, we spent all this time making this beautiful cake, and then the last little bit is done very frantically, and it kind of takes away from the rest of the cake, right? Just, or imagine you go to a really nice restaurant and they've got this beautiful cake in the display case. You're like, oh, I want it, and then they bring it over the table, and it's clearly just been like cut and just slopped on there, and maybe they put it on there and it was kind of crooked, and they just pushed it into the middle, and it's kind of slid, and you're just sort of like, I kind of wish they, you know, plated it a little bit nicer. You know, it's kind of something Gordon Ramsay would yell at his, you know, a cook on, you know, one of those Kitchen Nightmares or something episodes. And again, not to say that this drawing isn't fantastic. There's so many great things going on here, and I think that's why I'm saying that, you know, is, you know, like these lines in the background. Sometimes that little sloppy stuff, it's not too hard to clean up, right? It might mean an extra 2 minutes, 5 minutes on your drawing, which, you know, I know when you're working on a drawing and you start to see it coming together, and you're like, oh, I can't wait till this is finished, and that excitement and that energy starts to happen. And then, but it's sort of like, those are perhaps the moments where we need the most patience. Oops, let's go to Ravi. This is great. What have we got there? Interesting. So I like this drawing. I think there's maybe some issues with perspective in here. This green tree right on the edge here is a little bit distracting for me. I feel like if we're gonna have that green there, I want green somewhere else. I want a green plant in this window, or on this balcony, or a vine growing up here, or some red in the sky, you know, or other colors here, because we've got a bunch of this blue, and that's okay. A little bit of a monochrome if we just had that blue, or even if we put a little bit of that blue into this plant here. But that bright, super saturated green, just being all by itself right in the corner, creates a little bit of an unbalanced quality. It becomes very asymmetrical, which, you know, as you've heard me talk about in the landscape episodes of the drawing course, I think is a good thing. We kind of want it to be a little bit unbalanced, but then we want to put something else on the other side to kind of bring it back into balance, right? So that it doesn't have to be totally symmetrical like a Rorschach blot, but if we're going to have some different stuff over here, let's put something else over here. Again, thinking about like plating food at a restaurant, you know, you might have a big roast beef on one side of the plate, and you'll see, you know, a restaurant might just put a few little drops of berries or a little garnish on the other side to kind of counterbalance that. Even so, it doesn't have to be roast beef over the whole plate, spreading it out evenly, but you can have one thing here and then you put a little something to balance it. So if we have this bright green over here, then how are we going to balance it with maybe something else on this side? Doesn't have to be green, it could be red, but or yeah, red is what I feel like. Red or a purple or brown maybe. Anyway, great job, Ravi. Great to see you here with some work again. Okay, Randy. We got a bunch of stuff by Randy, so let's go through these. Okay, I'm going to go through these kind of quickly, and then we'll come back and see if there's anything specific I can offer. Like that guy. That's cool. Guy up top there. Wonderful. Ooh. I forgot about that. Okay. Wow, that's wild. Wow. Great stuff in here, Randy. Okay. So we'll work our way backwards. I like these from our drawing class. I love this. I don't know what this is from. This it's familiar. I don't know. This must be based on a painting. But which painting is that? I really like the way you've drawn this face and the hair and the hands. You know, there is, you know, it's not necessarily anatomically perfect, but the last 150 years of art history has shown us that that's not something that artists have been really interested in at all, right? So I like that there's some of these little distortions here. It makes me feel like that's part of your style coming out, and so I want to see more of that. Okay, and then I've got the lights going wild there. And Senga is, hi, just got here. How's everyone? Great, Senga. I just finished talking about your work, so you can go back about 10 minutes and you'll hear me talking about all your work if you want to do that. If you have any questions, you can leave some comments in the chat. I'll try to get back to it. Also, Dario. Hi, Dario. Hi, Michael. Just wanted to ask how to project shadows is something that I struggle with. Ooh. Great question. Let me come back to that, Dario. I want to talk about Randy's work here for about the next 5 minutes, and then I'll answer your question. So anyway, great job, Randy. I like this drawing a lot. I think that could make for a really interesting painting if you continue with that. Oops, come on. This is wild. So, what am I? It's some sort of like farming situation here. Now we do have some conflicting perspective, but I also don't mind that. It makes it look really kind of almost avant-garde. Like there were a lot of artists in the, you know, like Cubist artists particularly, like Braque and Picasso, who were influenced by Cézanne, who did like really wild things with perspective in the mid-1910s, 20s, and early 30s. And so even though there's maybe some quote-unquote, you know, maybe slightly awkward perspective, the way that everything sort of joins up together, I think is really cool. So I think this could also make for a really cool painting. Like the basis of this could be really fun to do. Yeah. That's great. I like how you drew this out. Really good job. Great job, Randy. Like, looks like you drew this out without the template, and man, you did a really good job of it. That's wild. We do see some of the, looks like there's some impression from a piece of paper that was on top of this, and it makes me think that maybe you're pressing pretty hard with your pencil while you're drawing, or the paper itself is very thin, and it doesn't look like it's that thin. So I think one thing you could do, Randy, is perhaps use a darker weight of pencil. So I don't know if you're using an HB or maybe an H pencil, but consider going to like a 2B pencil, which is a little bit softer. It's going to make a darker line faster and easier. You won't have to press so hard, because I think if you're pressing that hard while you're drawing, your hand is probably getting kind of sore, because it looks like you're really pushing that pencil hard into the surface to get that level of impression from a previous drawing. So using a lighter pencil might just make your life a little bit easier. This is great. I like this person a lot. You know who, another artist that's coming up, not for a little while, but won't be until the summer, is L.S. Lowry, or Lawrence Stephen Lowry, and I think you might really like his work. He is like one of the most beloved British artists of all time, considered to be kind of maybe a quote-unquote self-taught or outsider artist who painted often. He's sort of like maybe the Grandma Moses of the United Kingdom, and in that, you know, he's got these figures that are maybe a little bit, they're almost kind of a little bit cartoony, but you know, and he could actually really paint pretty well, but he often went for a much more simplified style. So he's an artist that I'm going to explore, you know, in a few months from now. But I think, Randy, you might really like to spend a little time looking at his work before we get there, because I think your style lends itself quite well to his. I love this guy up here. That is really cool. Like the way that you've drawn him. Let's just zoom in. I think this is fantastic. Like there's a lot of personality in this sketch. That guy's face. I could imagine you doing a whole children's book based on this fellow, who he is, what he does. Right? I mean, some of these remind me of Lowry. Okay, I think I don't know much more I can offer here. Great SpongeBob. Great job, Randy. Wow, that bird is wild. What does that bird remind me of? Like, it's a little bit like Woodstock from Peanuts by Charles M. Schulz. Woodstock was he the friend of Snoopy, or was he causing Snoopy all sorts of aggravation? I can't remember now. But Woodstock was this little bird that Snoopy would always be kind of, I think, antagonizing Snoopy a little bit. But it was drawn very simply, but also kind of had these kind of wild lines, especially on its head. So maybe that was your inspiration. I'm not sure, but I like kind of how expressive this drawing is. I'd love to see more drawings of this bird. Okay, excellent. Barbara says, hi, Sengo. Michael just reviewed your great drawings. You'll have to rewind the feed a little bit. Sengo says, did he like my happy art? LOL. I say, yes. Barbara says, I'm having all sorts of problems with Wi-Fi connection tonight. Must be the rain. I'll say goodnight and catch up tomorrow. Thanks for your feedback, Michael. You always renew my enthusiasm. Oh, thank you so much, Barbara. And Jeannie, yes, you have great work here, Randy. Awesome. I love how supportive all of you guys are of one another. It just makes me feel good about the state of humanity. Okay, here's Perla. Wow, you really... Wow, okay. Okay. Let's kind of go back to the beginning here. So these figure drawings, these are great. These are pretty advanced. The way that you're articulating the body, and the fact that you're trying to do these 5-point perspective drawings is that. I mean, I don't think I did one of these when I was doing the drawing course. I probably talked about it, but I don't know if I showed anybody how to actually do it. So the fact, Perla, that you are trying to do this is remarkable, exciting. I mean, this drawing, is it perfect? No, but I think this looks way more complicated to sketch out than it might appear to somebody who might be just tuning in right now and like, oh, that looks pretty easy. This is, if you want a headache, I don't know why anybody would want a headache, but if you were wanting to cause yourself some serious mental grief, you could follow Perla's lead here and try drawing in 5-point perspective. I make my students at Emily Card University, the university I teach at, do things like this, and it usually makes everyone very angry. Yeah. But it is, it's, so I totally commend you that you would do that on your free time to try to process that and draw them. Excellent. This is also really wild that you did these portraits and then took some paper and burnt away the edges to give it like this ancient manuscript quality. Really cool. And yet it's actually still all attached inside your sketchbook. That's wild. Right? Okay, for a second I was thinking, is this just an illusion? Is this a sketch that you... No, it looks like they are different pieces of paper, but I mean, to be honest, that is just to make that happen. No, hold on. No, it is... yeah, now I'm confused how this was made. It could be just really beautiful shading. I don't know. But great job, Perla. This is great. I love this sketch here where you're doodling and then just filling it in with these lines. I think we saw a few of these that you did in the past. And what a fun way of just practicing drawing these arcs and adding value, but in a drawing that is, you know, abstract. There's really no right or wrong way of doing it because you're inventing the rules as you're working on it. Really cool. My pen dried out while I was working on it, but it was fun. Just simple lines and loops. Sometimes simplicity is just what we need. Love that. So this kind of goes back to these figure drawings that you included earlier here. But I like this thing what you wrote on the Facebook group. So I realized that I've begun thinking in 3 dimensions while doing this. I'm not sure if that's a thing, but I have no other way of explaining it. When I read that as I was putting together this episode, I was like, that is really neat. That is pretty cool. So yes, when you're advancing like this, starting to see those shapes in 3 dimensions is kind of what we want to happen. You start to see them not as just flat things, but start to visualize them like blocks, and that you're rotating them, right, in 3 dimensions, and trying to kind of draw those 3-dimensional blocks. Like one of my best friends, who's just flying in from Mexico today, him and I, we always talk about computer models. That's like one of our things. Like once we start going on, we just start talking about how, like, what we really need right now is a computer model to visualize what we're talking about right now, because we want to be able to spin it around in 3 dimensions. And sometimes you're talking about a concept or an idea that just gets so complex. We're thinking in 3 dimensions, but again, my brain is just too small to be able to, I can do certain things, but when it gets so complicated, it's like, oh man, we need some sort of computer model to be able to rotate around and move through this. It gets a little bit overwhelming. So I love that, you're really pushing yourself here. You're drawing these, the rib cage and then the pelvis and then connecting them. This is definitely more advanced than I've taught in the online drawing course. This is very similar to the things that I teach my students at the university, because I teach figure drawing courses there, and we get into stuff like this. So I'm sure you must be looking at some textbooks or watching some other online tutorials or whatever in order to kind of develop these techniques. But wow. So this just shows me that you're developing a lot of confidence when it comes to drawing, and this is going to serve you really well. Right? Like, I don't know what these images come from, but just imagine now that you're starting to kind of understand these forms, you can just start challenging yourself by, like, imagining that form in all sorts of different directions. Like you said, imagining it in 3 dimensions, spin it around. What would it look like if we had the pelvis here and the top of the torso here, and we're drawing it in perspective, right? What we would call like foreshortening. So we would have the top of the torso, let's say the shoulders would be really big and wide, and as we move away, the torso, the pelvis is going to be much shorter. So that would be, I think, your next major challenge to do. Okay, Mariana, we got a few viewers here. These are wild. Oh my goodness, these characters. What on earth is the story behind these fellows? These are wild. Are these based on something that already exists, or are these right out of your imagination, Mariana? I don't know, but man, Like, this is the kind I would love to see a book or an animation or a series of paintings that articulate this world that you're drawing for us. Because I don't know, I want to know who these characters are. Like, these are slightly familiar, but maybe I teach a class, an animation class at Emily Carr, the university I teach at here in Vancouver, where we do similar things, where we take animals. Or there's a few different exercises. One is we take like common household instruments like a hair dryer or a broom or a paintbrush or a pop can, and then we blend it with an animal and try to see if we can take characteristics of both of those creatures. I think I might have done that a little bit in my drawing course. I think I did an episode like that, just showing that technique. And it is a really quick way to invent wild characters out of nowhere. So these are great. I have no comments that I can really offer here, but yeah, great job. Barbara says, Senga, yes, you're a great artist. Thanks, guys, says Senga. Senga says, yes, I did the entire drawing course, and then I found the Facebook and uploaded them. I know I always do 2 pictures. So I think, Senga, you just need 1 picture of each artwork to upload to the Facebook group. Not sure why you need more than 1, unless you're working on that picture a little bit longer, but I don't think there's any need for multiple images of the same thing. Here's May's artwork. So May obviously was doing mostly paintings with me, but has done some drawings as well. So I included this in here with her drawings. That's great. I love the. Actually, I enjoy doing my own abstract paintings, drawings a lot. Here's one that I did titled "Random Universe." Very cool. That is really wild. What do I say here? When I was in Australia just last month, over the holidays, there was a big exhibition of Vasily Kandinsky's artwork. Kandinsky, we did a couple of episodes on Vasily Kandinsky. When was that? Maybe last January or something around there. And fascinating individual. It's really great to see his work up close in person if you ever get the chance, because his work, if you look at it in a textbook, it's definitely, I'm sure, the kind of thing people say, oh, my kid could do that. But when you see them up close, and especially if you try to paint them on your own, you realize, whoa, this is a little trickier than I thought it was. So I love that you get pleasure out of doing drawings like this. It can be super liberating because you can just feel like you're doodling and putting silly things in here and there. One thing to think about as you work on an abstract artwork is to maybe occasionally turn it around to different sides, because often when we're doing drawings, our drawings are kind of based on our wrist movements, right? So like in yours, I see a bunch of these marks, right? Like this. Well, it can be, obviously you could do the opposite, which would be to do that. But if that feels kind of awkward, then it's just easier just to take this drawing around. And so that's that way. Let me see. We're doing starting up and down. How is it ending up? Okay, so it is a different movement. That's funny. But just even moving them in different directions, you know, I think we'll give a little bit more variation, because right now we have most of them going in the same direction. So kind of just, I think, which can be nice, but having a little bit more variety might also be kind of fun too. Okay, Chrissy. Got some of your work in here now. So I think this is the photograph that you're working from. And then you're sketching it out. I love that you did multiple versions of that. Ah, wow. Very clever. Great. I mean, I wish I saw more of the finished versions of these, Chrissy. But this is really cool. Like, so again, you know, I talked about, you know, a few times today about when we're finding images of people to draw from, perhaps finding images where people's mouths are closed and their faces are a little bit more relaxed. Because if we're just getting started, we're learning how to draw people's faces. Drawing ones where people's mouths are open, where we see teeth, and we have, because that's going to, when people smile, the whole face changes, right? We get movement around in the eyebrows and the cheeks and the mouth. The whole jaw seems to try to change, right? And that kind of shifts some of those, the structure of the face, and can pose a lot of problems for a beginner. And so I think, you know, I love that you're challenging yourself with this, but you may want to look for pictures just a little bit more simplified. It might not be the most exciting or flattering photograph that you can find of someone, but it would be a lot easier. And again, I really want people to build up their confidence working on easier things before they jump to the more complex things. It's like the same sort of thing, like if you were going to learn how to play a sport, you know, if you were going to learn how to play tennis, you know, you'd want to sort of practice with people at your own level for a significant amount of time before you try to play Serena Williams, right? Because you try to play Serena Williams after you've just been drawing for or taking tennis lessons for a few weeks. Serena Williams, I mean, I'm sure she's a really nice person, but, you know, she could clearly destroy probably 99% of all the tennis players, men and women, on the face of the earth and throughout history, right? So that would be, you know, it could be really crushing to play her and just get destroyed, and you'd be like, this sucks. Why am I even trying to play tennis? So you want to play tennis with somebody kind of your own skill level, and then build up to where, you know, maybe it might take a decade before you could play Serena Williams. But again, I love that you sketched the same image out multiple times so you could practice, perhaps even use different styles to approach it, like we did with the dog, and we did in the drawing course many different versions of that dog. So really great. I'd love to see more of your stuff, Chrissy. I hope you hang in there. Senga says, the metal, Michael, on my Michael, my Glasgow skyline was made with metal, says Senga. Wow. Okay, so how are you going to punch those holes out? That's going to be pretty tricky. Do you have some sort of machinery or something you can cut those holes out? And Hast is here, says, hello, everyone. Hello, Hast. Great to see you. Okay. So we've got about 75 drawings to go through. And then we'll look at some paintings. And so I have to go to a meeting at 2, so we'll got about another 50 minutes till we'll be completely done for today. So let's just sort of look at, here's Casual. Kishel says, I feel this lesson is a little more complex than other methods using the block and methods, but it's more accurate than line of action. Great. Like, again, I love that you're trying these different styles and techniques in order to kind of challenge yourself, find ones that work best for you. Awesome. Oh, this makes me so happy. These are great. Excellent. I even like how you've got the legs pointing in different directions on her boots. Great. This is great. Okay, so we got that view. And then here. Excellent. Really good. Yeah, I mean, are there some areas where we can improve? For sure. But you've done a fantastic job of just the proportions, right? And that's the first thing. If we can get the proportions, then, like, then a lot of the other stuff just starts to come a little bit easier. This is great. And, you know, the first ones we looked at your schedule were ones that were the more recent ones you've done. So I can really see a progression. That is great too. This is a great photograph. And then I like the way you've translated it in here. I mean, I think maybe her ears are a little bit big in here. A vision board guide. I like that. But, you know, these ones which you did, these were very recently put on the Facebook group. And already here I see like a leap forward in your ability over even just these ones which were up there about a month ago, right? So that is super exciting, just seeing that development, that progression. And that just happens the more and more we work. I find every drawing I make is a better drawing than I was able to do just yesterday, right? Every painting I made, even if there's things about it I'm not happy with, is still better than what I did the previous day, right? It's teaching me something. I'm learning something every time I draw, which is one of the things that I love about drawing, is it tells me like, oh, I'm still growing. You know, I might be getting a little bit of gray in my hair, but I'm still developing. I'm still growing as a human being. I haven't just plateaued. There's still things to learn, and it makes me curious about the world. And yeah, sometimes there are a little bit setbacks, but it makes me feel like I'm on a progressive evolutionary journey and I'm going forward. And so I think this should be really exciting for you. It makes me really happy for you, Kajol. Great job. You know, and the fact that you're testing yourself, trying these different things, is only going to help you, right? You're getting better and better and better. Okay, Julia, what are we looking at here? Wow, what a wild character. Okay, so we got a few here to go through. I'll go through all of these, Julia. These are awesome. Wow. Wow. Okay. Oops, did I skip all the way through? Okay, some of these weren't yours. Okay, so how did I get... Okay, so let's start here. We'll go back. I thought there was more of yours, Julia. Okay. Well, let's go back then. So I guess there was only 4. Why did I label these 27, 28? What was I thinking? Okay. First of all, this figure is wild. Like I feel like there's a comic book waiting to be written about this character. A little thing that I think has me a little confused is you see that this is some sort of cape that's in front, you know, it's wraps all the way around. It's like this cloak, right? And so it's on this side it's quite effective because we see it kind of, the collar comes up and it's in front of the shoulders and the chest, or this side, right? And then we see a little gap of black there. This one works well from this top half. And then there's a little confusion in my eye as to where, you know, does it disappear in behind this, I guess the right leg, or the right leg as we're seeing it here. So I feel like we either want a little bit of this black kind of outlining here to cause a separation from the body, or it needs to overlap part of this leg and come in front. So the easier thing would just be to take some black and just darken around there. Because otherwise, it's just, because if it's just laying literally parallel to the outside edge of the body, I should say on this side, then it's, as a viewer, it's a little bit confusing. And so I'm always thinking to myself whenever I'm drawing is like, how can I clarify this? How can I make it as clear as possible so that the viewer doesn't kind of stop and like, what? How does that work? You know? I love these figures with like lantern heads. That is wild. Very imaginative. Julia, that is neat. Oh. This cow with these bells or lanterns around its head and these little fellows climbing all over. That's very wild. That's really cool. I like that a lot. And great drawing of a lantern in 3 dimensions in perspective. Excellent. Excellent. And Julia says, my first self-portrait. I can see lots of things to improve, but I'm pretty happy with my first attempt. Me too. Are you kidding me? That's your first attempt? I mean, there's a lot of things, like you said, that are working really well. I think you said there's a lot of things that need to be improved, but I would kind of go the opposite way. I think you've got like 95% of this drawing is spot on perfect. Like, you know, if we look at some of the things that I think are working most well, I love the hair. I love the attention to detail, like noticing the way that those curls are happening. Really cool, especially on this side here. I think there could be a little bit more done on that side. I think the way that you've drawn the eyes is really good, very close. I think, you know, the nose too is great. I think potentially even these eyes could be just a slight bit bigger, which would make them appear to be a little bit closer. Because I think right now the bridge of your nose is a little bit wider than it needs to be, just by, we're talking like 3 centimeters or something. The mouth is also fantastic. I mean, I think you've drawn the mouth a little bit smaller, but I think that's also can be kind of flattering. Sometimes it's nice to have the mouth just a little bit smaller. And then I think the main thing really is making, right now you've really highlighted the bottom of the cheekbones and made them almost a little bit darker than they need to be, which makes your jaw look a little bit more masculine. And so I think, because you can see a little bit more square down here, very subtle, but you know, if this was just kind of going in a little bit more, I think it'd be bang on. As I said, like, for your first attempt at a self-portrait, and this is what you've created, like, the potential going forward is limitless for you, Julia. I keep saying Julia. I'm sorry. Is it probably Eula? Eula is probably right. My apologies, Eula. You probably make your ears bleed to hear someone say your name wrong over and over. Hey, but my last name is Markowsky, and I've probably said before many times that I had a teacher when I was in art school for 4 years. I loved him to death. He was one of my favorite teachers I've ever had, Richard Halliday, but he would always call me Mark Mikowski. And, you know, after, I don't think I ever even bothered to correct him, because I was just like, that's almost like more interesting to me to hear my name pronounced so wrong that it just sounds great. So, you know, and I probably have also said, people may have remembered that I said my own name wrong at my own wedding. I think I called myself Mark, which is not right, but you know. So if anyone is ever offended that I get people's names wrong, I say my own name incorrectly at times, right? So my apologies, Eula. Great job. I hope you keep this up because you are making leaps forward. Okay, Joseph, let's look at your work here. Excellent. These are great, Joseph. Okay. I don't really have much to offer in terms of feedback on these because they look great. You know, I think you're at a really great stage here. We can see your development. Like, I love this Munch drawing that you've done here. Again, people who've done the drawing course, you can see the same artworks kind of repeating over and over because people are drawing the same images. That looks great. Looks like that was really helpful for you. And this Julie Doucet image, I think, is awesome. Great job. Right? So you're really progressing. These are great. And I can only imagine you're just going to get way better. If this is where we're at this stage, like drawing like these superheroes like this with the blocking method, really cool. Okay, and now let's look. We got some here by Joan. That's great. Elvis, way to go, Joan. Look at all of these. Wow. Wow. Okay. Where should we, let's go back. We'll start at the beginning here. Wow, what a beautiful drawing. So, you know, I think we'll see here that you've done other things that are even better than this, but this is also great, and there's a lot of emotion. It's a really, I don't know, like a powerful drawing of this vet here. Homeless vet, please help. This guy laying flowers next to the grave of a soldier who died in combat. Yeah, I think it's beautiful. I mean, yeah, there's some things are slightly awkward with the way he's sort of sitting here. I mean, it's not clear to me which is the left leg and right leg. I think that's the left leg, and this is the right leg crossing under. But I mean, the idea is there. So I think, you know, potentially drawing this out a couple more times and seeing if we could really nail that pose would be a great little challenge for you. Here's this picture of my daughter. This is great. Oh, that's so sweet. I gotta go pick her up from school today. I'm so excited. Yeah. Every time I see the drawings you guys did of my daughter, now especially that she's getting a little bit older, she's like 4.5 now. It's just such a great little time capsule for me personally. And then I love this drawing. Okay. For those of you who don't know, this is the Premier of Ontario. It's like the governor of Texas, right? So Ontario, it might be the largest province in Canada. You know, Toronto is the capital of Ontario, right? Where's Ottawa? Toronto's okay. Now I sound like an idiot Canadian. Yeah. Toronto is the capital of Ontario, and Ottawa is the capital of Canada. Okay, I should be probably my citizenship should be taken away. I just don't think I've thought about that since I was in elementary school. I'm sure. Okay, but anyway, so here's Doug Ford. kind of a bit of a controversial figure. His brother Rob Ford was very famous as the mayor of Toronto. These two goofy guys. And then here's your portrait, Joan, of Doug Ford, this caricature. I think it's fantastic. I really love how you really enlarged his teeth. You know, you made his eyes a little bit closer. Ooh, excuse me. A little bit closer together. Made his jaw really big. Kind of expanded the dome of his head. So it makes him look pretty goofy. Pretty silly looking. You know, he looks kind of... what does he look like? He looks... there's almost a bit of that Cheshire cat from Alice in Wonderland with that big smile, which, depending on your political leaning, may seem more appropriate than not. But that's great. Really great job, Joan. I love that. I mean, so that's very encouraging, right? So, you know, when we start out with a drawing like this, which I think is great, can certainly be improved, but, you know, it shows a lot of potential here. And then we see your sketch here of the caricature of Rob Ford. It's like, whoa, that's cool. And then we got your Elvis here. I think this is fantastic. I think really the only thing I would say is I think maybe his nose is just a tad bit long and a little bit flat. Like, I think he's got a little bit of a bigger nose, but, you know, it's recognizable as Elvis, which is important, right? It doesn't have to be, you know, perfectly photographic for us to get it, right? I think that's great, right? Especially the eyes. You know, he's got those big lips too, the hair. There's enough in there, enough clues for us. Great job at some shading. I think we could get a little bit darker in the kind of middle side of the sphere, just like you've done here on the cylinder. And then you've got this photograph of my great nephew. Requested I draw a portrait of him, and then here's your version, which is great. You know, first of all, drawing a portrait of someone close to you is a challenge, right? And it's something I generally discourage because often we're so familiar with that person that if it doesn't turn out exactly like them, it can be really discouraging, right? And it can lower one's confidence. I think you have done a great job here. I mean, there's a few things that I would, because his face is turned away from us slightly, or I guess the other direction, right? That means that, you know, ideally this like drawing glasses is one of the most difficult things you can do when you're drawing a portrait, because usually glasses and almost always are symmetrical. So drawing the same shape twice is hard. Drawing the same shape reversed, mirrored, is even more difficult. It goes right back to the very first thing we did in the drawing course, which was drawing that optical illusion of the two faces pointing, and we have to draw one and then flip it in our mind onto the other side. That's literally one of the most difficult things the human brain can do. So it's very tricky to draw glasses. So this one I think should be a little bit smaller, or this one should be a little bit bigger. Also his jaw, I think, and it looks like you played around in this area, but I think we would cut in here a little bit, just because right now this jaw line right here is flat, when it should probably be pointing upwards diagonally, which we can see here just ever so slightly. Like, look at the distance between the corner of his mouth to his cheek, and then look at the distance between the corner of his mouth and his cheek here. It's almost double the distance. So it does look like I see some erasing happening here. And so clearly you did that and then you expanded it, because you might have felt like his chin was a little bit too small, or maybe quote unquote weak. So you expanded it. I mean, I don't mind how this turned out at all. Like, I think it looks a lot like him. I think you've captured that likeness in the same way you've captured the likeness of Elvis and Doug Ford, even though they're caricatures. So that makes me really happy because it really shows that you're growing. This drawing here of the Merry Yuletide and Happy Solstice, the Holy King, excellent, really wild. All these animals, this bird squawking right in old Saint Nick's ears, the polar bear and wolf, like excellent stuff. Oh man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to all of our work today. Okay, so let me hear this. This looks like Jack Nicholson as the Joker, I imagine. Is that what I'm getting at? And then these hands, wow. Excellent. Great job. Again, these are the famous praying hands by Albrecht Dürer. Like 500 plus years ago, he did this drawing, and it's one of the most reproduced images of all time. Not easy to do. And if this is where we're at right now, Joan, holy smokes, what a journey you have been on and that you're still on. Like, keep on going. I can't be emphasize that enough. Excuse me. So I'm going to take a quick look. Senga says, did you like my happy art? Draw with me in 2023 with Michael Markowsky, LOL. Senga says, some of my pics not there since last class you asked me to show sunlight and drew my daughter to shows for overloading. I'm not sure. There could have been a few things I missed there, Senga, but as I said, I looked at almost 200 of your artworks, so there was a lot on the Facebook. So perhaps just load the ones that you're most interested in feedback on, because when there's 200 of your images on the Facebook, then I'm not going to go through every single one of them and give feedback on every one of them, because that would be unfair to some people who'd only put 1 or 2 pictures up there. So just put the ones that you're most interested in feedback on there. So, because otherwise, when I get to 200 images by one person, it's hard for me to remember what images I've collected and which ones I haven't. Jeannie says, this is so encouraging. That's awesome, Jeannie. Deborah says, LOL, thanks, Michael. You make me feel better at 71 years old and that I can still learn. Oh, I'm so glad to hear. Jeannie says, Deborah, my late husband was 17 years older than me, and my dad is in better health. I like to find older people here. And Ismo says, I'm old. I'm 66. Jeannie says, no, my dad's almost 80 and isn't old yet. That's a good way of thinking about it. He tells his doctor he's not geriatric. Haidi says, Toronto is the capital of Ontario. You have the Queen's Park and Royal Ontario Museum. Thanks for correcting me, Heidi. I appreciate that. Haas says, I have the same smile even without the caricature as Doug Ford. Senga says, I love how Michael gives us all feedback. Get him a knighthood. Huh, that is so generous. I appreciate that. Okay, let's look here at Jeff's work. I mean, my goodness, Jeff, that is outstanding. Oh my goodness. What if, like, I don't know what to say here, besides just like, wow. Like, that's literally my honest reaction is to, like, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty darn good. I don't know if this is a portrait of a famous actress or of your partner or your daughter or mother or whoever it is, but it is, this is a beautiful person, but your drawing of them, I think it probably makes that person look even more beautiful than they perhaps even are in real life. So I mean, one thing I really like is the contrast between, you know, the hair when we see all these strokes, and this would have taken a lot of time, a lot of focus to be able to get like the hair going under and over top of other hair. You know, that's when I was talking about with, you know, some other members of the group with like doing hair really quickly and it kind of getting a little bit kind of sloppy perhaps. Here there's like a lot of attention. It's been given the same amount of care, arguably even more care than the face, which is obviously drawn beautifully. And the face is drawn with a great deal of subtlety, right? Like, look how the nose is barely articulated, just a couple of small little smudges here blended out for the bridge of the nose. Same thing, you know. I mean, there's a lot of restraint on the face, and then the hair is treated in a very different way. We see defined lines, and it looks so beautiful. Yeah, this is, I hope this is like, you know, this should be the cover of your portfolio or your book. This should be on the front page of your website. I think it looks really fantastic. Great job. Senga says, sorry, Michael, for overloading your page with pics. Senga says, I've put my ones want feedback on group. You asked me to do more with light and shadows. Okay, we'll take a look at those maybe in the next episode, so that because I want to move on forward here. But there's definitely yeah, there'll be another episode coming up in the next month. So keep on working, make more drawings, keep on challenging yourself, and we'll get to those for sure. Again, the most ones that you're most interested in feedback, because unless there's a few that I saw posted just a few hours ago, so maybe those are the ones you just posted. So here's genies here. Wow, look at all these great drawings, Genie. Okay, so let's go back through them. There's a lot of excellent stuff here, Jeannie. I'm really, really proud of what you've been able to do. I mean, I think we're still growing, so there's still more to do here, but, you know, seeing those plants, that's fantastic. These birds, great. The feathers, the texture on them is beautiful. These are great. That cat, that Warhol cat, great. I mean, I think I explained a little bit earlier on about, like, if, you know, ways to draw this using simple shapes, I think would help make that an even better drawing. I showed that a little bit earlier on. I did a little demo somewhere here. But I also really like how you outlined it with that dark line. I think that is really cool. Great face. Let me see. I hear my alarm going off upstairs because I've got about 20 minutes before I gotta book it here. That's excellent. I love this illustration here of these Keith Haring's. Wow, great. I like that little cow. That's excellent, Jeannie. That's fantastic. These are great. Great animals, great perspective. Okay, I'm not sure what else I can offer in terms of feedback here, Jeannie, but you're really progressing. Like, being able to do this with perspective, really wonderful. And I love how you took the basic lesson and then expanded on it and literally drew some animals into it. And this is really cool. Like, I more of a wonder what the difference between is in these pencils and markers. Love these peanuts drawings. Yeah, you're getting it. You're getting it. Things are getting better and better. I mean, this is just from a month ago, so that's fantastic. And seeing where this is, like, look how good this is. That's, man, that's fantastic. And it shows a lot of growth, right? You're really starting to kind of, you're getting it, right? So what I would love to see, Jeannie, is just more and more challenging yourself with just by doing more. It doesn't have to be necessarily doing more complex things, just doing more of these, doing more animals, right? Looks like you really like these birds. Draw more, get some books on animals from the library and just try to draw every single one of them. You know, drawing these portraits, that's beautiful. I really like this. I like these little freckles on her bridge of her nose there. And these braids, that's not easy to do, to draw braids, because it takes a lot of patience, right? And not everybody has that level of patience. Okay, Fanul, Ephemeral. This is my complete beginner, and I began drawing for this month. This is my recent digital landscape painting, completed in 5 hours. Well, great drawing, Fanul. You know, drawing on a tablet, if you've never drawn on a tablet, is challenging, right? It's, people say, it's harder to draw on paper than on a tablet. Well, you know, maybe for some people, but for some people, just drawing on a tablet can like, for me, I've been drawing on paper for my whole life. It's taken me some serious investment of time because drawing on a tablet might as well be like writing poetry. It's almost a completely different skill, right? Some of those skills from drawing on paper are applicable, but you're using a totally different interface. So great job, Ephemeral. I'm not sure what I can offer in terms of feedback. I mean, it looks like we've got like maybe a river here, and then like a shoreline. These to me look like logs piled up on the side. Look, we see this here in and around Vancouver a lot because there's a lot of, the forest industry is really big. So along the shore, there's often, you know, these tugboats corralling in all these logs from the interior. Yeah, Lolly says it's an entirely different skill to do digital art for sure. And Haas says, I can confirm it's really not easy to draw on a tablet. Senga says, I love drawing Edvard Munch's face. I'd done it about 10 times on canvas on tiles. That's how you got so many. Okay, great. I didn't remember seeing that many of them, so that's good. Okay, here's Darlene. Darlene's got a few here, so we'll go through them all together. Okay. What can I offer in terms of feedback here for you? These are great. I love that you found an image of a horse and then you tried to draw it yourself. That's great. Finding those things and exploring them. I think, is this your own drawing or is this somebody else's art? So this might be a tutorial. Okay, and this is your version of it. Great. I'm totally giving up. I either am not understanding the pencils or what I'm using, or I don't know. I spent 4 hours on this. So I don't know. It looks like you're using somebody else's tutorial to learn how to draw eyes. I mean, I don't know who this artist is. I don't but it might be a different method than I've taught. So maybe look at the drawing course that I've got here. I think there's a whole episode, at least one episode on drawing eyes. This doesn't look like the way that I've taught drawing eyes. So I mean, yeah, I think watching that episode on how to draw eyes would probably be, you know, I think that it'd just be a good start. Like, try doing those eyes and then upload those to the Facebook group, and I can give you advice on that. So here's, is this your drawing. I don't know if these are ones you drew and that's your version of it. So, Darlene, I don't know if you've done the drawing course or not, but I think I see some of these things could, you might be able to learn from the course just by doing that a little bit. I saw in this. I think this is one of the more recent images, and you seemed like you were really desperate for some feedback on how to make these drawings better. I think you're doing really good. I think, again, it's just a matter of doing more and more and more of them. Finding artists, like go to the library, look at your local library. I'm sure has shelves full of books of artists' drawings, just books of drawings, or even look through the children's book section and look at different illustrations of, it could be Dr. Seuss, it could be Peanuts by Charles M. Schulz, Charlie Brown, it could be Garfield, or it could be Van Gogh or Leonardo da Vinci, and just try drawing some of their drawings. And I think that would really help a lot. Like, so for instance, with this image, I think is great. The one thing I think that is distracting is the hair, her ponytail or pigtail on the other side of her face. It kind of appears to be coming right out of her chin or her mouth. So that's a little bit distracting. Like, I would say, if I was to do this drawing, I would have probably put it in behind her head. Because, yeah, we could put it around her neck here, but then it might look like she's got this giant Adam's apple. Or we could have it coming out here, but it might look like a unicorn. So my instinct would have been to have that second ponytail or pigtail kind of dangling out on the other side behind her, just to clear up that busy space right around her face. But otherwise, I think it's fantastic. I think it's really cool. And another little thing here might be that her forehead appears to come up and then descend, and then her hair. So I think it really should be the other way around. Her hair should come up and be bigger than her forehead. So, because otherwise, it's like my hair here, we expect my hair to be in front of my head, not the other way around, right? So, little tiny things, but I think overall this is a really beautiful drawing. I'd love to put, like, what do her feet look like? What kind of, is she wearing shoes or sandals? I think you said in here you messed up on the shadow of the apple. I don't know if you messed up on it. I think it looks great. I think, yeah, maybe we could do this again and we could do a better job, but you got the highlights bang on. I think that's great. So there's a lot of great stuff going on here, Darlene. I just think, your instinct to use other people's art as reference to study from is exactly what this whole course, the Master Study, is all about, right? Is looking at what great things people have done in the past and seeing what you can learn from that. And I think that will really help you progress. It might be better to do that than even working from photographs, because it's one thing to take a drawing that someone's done and reproduce that drawing. It's a whole other thing to work from a photograph and create a drawing from a photograph, because if you're drawing from someone's drawing, someone's really kind of solved all the problems for you, and then you're just sort of replicating the solution, right? Versus if you're working from a photograph, then you have to solve the problem on your own, right? You got to come up with your own solution to how to translate that photograph into pencil. And that's not easy to do. And in fact, I would say that's fairly advanced. And so that might be something that might be causing you all sorts of grief. Where I see the most successful things of yours are areas where you're reproducing other artwork by successful artists, like this Dr. Seuss, right? Like, you know, I mean, I don't know who this artist is that you were taking lessons from online, this Art2. I'm not the biggest fan of the drawing they created. Like, I mean, I don't know if this is supposed to be a human eye or a cat eye, but I don't know if I would be learning from this person. I mean, I'm sorry to say, I don't know, maybe this is somebody you know or a family member or something, but, you know, when I see you saying like, I'm driving me crazy, I've been working on this for 4 hours, it turned out terrible, it's like, you know, maybe this is not the best example to work from, right? So perhaps just sort of looking at other artists who maybe have come up with better solutions to study from. I don't know. Okay. So I'm going to move on. Lolly says, I've seen some of Darlene's earlier pieces, first attempts, and the progression to these finished pieces has been really impressive. Well done, Darlene. Keep it up. Well, good. Well said. Thank you. Okay. So we'll move on here. Barbara, I feel like I've seen these ones before, Barbara. I'm sure we must have talked about these because these look great, and I love how these turned out. So I think I'm going to move past these. I feel like I've talked about these in a previous video somehow. I'm not sure how I ended up putting them in here, but these are excellent. Well done, Barbara. Great job. Okay. I got 9 minutes before I have to run here. So, N.A., this is awesome. Well done, N.A. So, just a few things. I think you've got the proportions of the face correct. It's just areas like around the nose. Like, for instance, your drawing is very stylized, which is not necessarily a problem at all. I think that can be really, really cool. It's just that I think, you know, the nostrils, you know, just look at the direction of these nostrils. They're sort of pointing away from the center of the face, right? Look how they kind of almost create like a V shape in here, and then they curl around. Versus yours, they kind of just go straight up. We kind of have this like the letter M here, right? And so it's noticing those details. Like literally, again, you can take your pencil and look for those angles on things and then put them on your drawing and go like, oh, I've drawn straight lines when they're actually diagonal lines. Not a big deal. And again, that can be the secret to creating more realistic faces, but at the same time, not every artist wants to create realistic images, right? So I think this is great. NA says, I can't draw faces so well, but what do you think after my first lesson on faces? I think it's fantastic. This is your first lesson on faces, and this is what you've produced. I think this is great, right? Can we get better? Absolutely. Can I get better? Absolutely. Can everybody in the world get better at whatever they're doing? Absolutely, right? We're all on a learning journey. I think you've done a fantastic job. Okay. So I want to switch to talking about paintings. Because it might mean I'm just going to run a few minutes late to my meeting, but I want to catch up here. How much time do I got? Okay, 6 minutes. Talk about 30 paintings. Okay. So, so here, let's look at Tarja Olilla? Tarja Olilla. That's a great name. Where does that come from? So it says, I'm over 50 years old and I can still learn some new skills. Thank you, Michael. That's great. I love to hear stuff like that. What a positive way of thinking. And when I was looking at these images that you did, I was like, wow, I don't remember teaching people to do this. Wow. I mean, these are wild. And I love that you took these lessons and really ran with them. Like, is that Pippi Longstocking? Who is that character? These are fantastic. So, like, so unique, and just blows my mind. I just think these are really cool, like really fun. You took the lesson and just ran with it. And I mean, these are outstanding, absolutely outstanding. I love these. Like, I could really see you just doing dozens and dozens of these characters, putting on different costumes, you know, looking up, Googling fun children's costumes and just drawing these characters in all sorts of different costumes, and then creating a story with them or something. Because, man, like, I kind of want these as like a deck of cards or something. I don't know how you would use them, but really strong. I love these a lot. And then I love this one here you did of the Mary Cassatt. And I think you said, I just started to paint and draw in October when I broke my leg and I had to think of something to do on sick leave. I found Michael's course, and then I've ever since continued painting and drawing, which is so awesome. I love that. And think about how many times in the biographies of these artists we've talked about all these artists who got sick when they were young and they were convalescing in bed for months and months and months. Their parents bought them some sketchbook or pencils and paint, and then, you know, the rest is history, right? They just kept on going. So this is you. This is what you started doing. You've developed this passion for art. I want to see this continue. Oh, here's a drawing by Senga. Sorry, I forgot to include this a little bit earlier, Senga. This looks great. I love this. Beautiful drawing. Yeah, I love there's a little bit more contrast going on here, Senga. Beautiful. I like this composition too, with this kind of curving like pathway or beach here on the side, right? I think we could probably even articulate the horizon line a little bit more, although, you know, I think it's good like that. I would just move on to a new drawing. Like, you got your signature there on the bottom, these boats chained to this post. The water's great. Oh, and the reflection of the trees in the water. This is great. Really nice. In fact, I would say that you could even get darker in some places. Because if this is, like, I don't know if this is the sun or this is moonlight. Either way, we would probably have some kind of reflection on the water. If the sun is, or this moon is so bright there. You know, like, where's that reflection? Where are some of the shadows going to go? So I think we need to add a little bit more, because if that sunlight is causing these reflections here, it's probably also causing reflections on the water, and probably causing the front side of these boats to be relatively dark. All in all, great job. I would just, again, continue to find some books on artists that you admire and try to draw from them. Okay, Sanju's got a few here. Sanju's got this one here, Dragon Ball Z, a very popular anime and manga. I like that. That's really fun. And then this here, the Pegasus, which represents creativity, and the Trident of Poseidon represent the access to the subconscious mind. Wow. Great. Keep on doing things like this with your own imagery and really sort of exploring your own personal kind of iconography. I mean, obviously know that these are symbols and things developed from, as you say, Greek mythology, but the way that you're combining them together starts to create your own language. So I would like to see more of that, Sanju. I mean, I love that you're doing these characters from popular from comic books, pop culture, and obviously, Greek mythology is its own kind of ancient pop culture. So let's just see more and more of that. I think that would be great. Okay, so Robin did this work here by Portia Zavavahera. Sorry if I got that name totally wrong. I'm not familiar with this Zimbabwean artist. So this is the original artwork by this artist, and this is Robin's version of it using some printmaking methods, doing some stamping over top. And yeah, they are a little bit different, but this is really cool, right? Like, I like the original one is pretty wild, full of detail. And you've captured definitely that feeling of it with that stamping over top. I wonder how you did that stamping. Maybe, how would you have created that? I don't know if you cut that out of an eraser or piece of styrofoam or whatever, but it looks great. Again, I think there's a lot of, we'll look at a couple more you've done, Robin, where you're really exploring artwork by other artists. Here's one where you did an Alex Katz painting. And then this is that same Zimbabwean artist. And then seem to kind of combine it with water burials found in Finland. I mean, that is like this. It's not quite clear to me how much of this is inspired by another artist and how much of it is your own thing. I don't know offhand, like, how successful it is compared to the original, or how unique it is, but they are wild. Like, I really like all of this. I like you're exploring your own master studies, right? There's a few other artists like Pascal and Richard, we'll see here in a moment, who've done the same sort of thing, that are like, okay, I like what Michael's doing, but I want to do my own thing. I want to explore my own stuff and learn from other artists I'm more interested in. Excellent. Go for it. Do it. Okay. Yeah, these are great. That's really funny. I'm not familiar with that Alex Katz painting either, but it is a very goofy picture. I don't know if that background is necessarily curved like that, or his horizon line would be a little bit more straight, but looks good enough as far as I'm concerned. And then we've got these paintings by Richard. As I said, he was doing some abstract paintings inspired by Gerhard Richter, who's... is Gerhard Richter still alive, or did he pass away recently? A German artist who has some of the most expensive paintings ever sold. Probably the most expensive German paintings, I'm sure, ever sold. He would sell paintings right out of his studio for $5-10 million a piece. Many of them look just like this, which again might be some of the stuff people go, oh, my kid could do that. But did your kid do it? Right? I think these are great. I love all the texture, the goopiness, the basically taking like a squeegee or something to kind of scrape along the edge to get that paint to kind of smear in a particular way. Gerhard Richter did also representational paintings that have smears too, which are also a very iconic, important part of his work. These are great. I like these, Richard. I think just keep on doing more of them. Keep exploring these different techniques, because I mean, it's not apparent here, but in many of your other work, we see a lot of that exploration, because you've done highly representational paintings. These are great. Here's another painting by Pascal of Picasso, or his son. It's a painting by Picasso of his son Pablo. I think that looks great, Pascal. And then Pascal was saying, I'm thinking about doing the same painting many times over, but using different materials, like using oil paint and watercolor and heavy body acrylic and soft body acrylic and fluid acrylics. I love that idea. I even liked how in your post you were talking about the different sort of criteria for the different things you would do. I think it was great. I loved hearing all that. I think that's an excellent idea. Giving your, like, literally laying out like a plan of attack for yourself. I think everybody should do that. Thinking about like what would be the things, the different kinds of things that you want to do with your painting in 2024 or in February or November or whatever it is, whatever you want to build up to, so that you start like literally creating a roadmap for the direction you want to go with your art. Okay. Odalus says, I'm giving this to my oldest son to decorate his apartment. Thank you so much for the lesson. I just discovered you on YouTube. Excellent. That's great. You know, so some of these Hilma af Klint paintings, I should say, you know, she's one of the great modern artists of the early 20th century, creates arguably some of the very first abstract paintings of all time. Wonderful artist. That's why I featured her as one of the very beginning episodes that I've ever, for my first painting episodes, because I really like her work. And I think it's also a really good place for people to start, to really explore color and even the imprimatura technique. Excellent. I think your son is going to be happy with this painting. And I think he's going to be even happier when you keep doing more of these, Odalus. So keep on going. Here's another newer artist, Mohammed. Or no, I think Mohammed has been in for a little while, right? There was a few Mohammeds in the class. But this is great. Renoir's The Woman Reading, or The Reader. Love that. I don't know what else I can offer here. I am a little bit over time. Okay. How many more of these do we have? Okay. I don't want to cut things short, but I want to get through these. Okay, May. This is awesome. When I first looked at this May, I thought this was like some kind of needlepoint. You know, just the way that it's painted. You know, and then you zoom in, like, oh, those are brush strokes. Those are really cool. Like, there's a lot of texture on them. So I think this turned out great. I really like this. I don't think I painted this. I think I put that in the Dropbox folder, but I don't think I painted this, although I love this painting, the original Matisse artwork. So, this is your first time using oil paints. Wow, looks great, May. And then here's another abstract painting. We looked at one previously when we were looking at your drawings. This is, I guess this is a drawing too. For some reason I thought this was a painting. Although it does look like maybe you primed the surface of the paper, perhaps. But yeah, looks great. I mean, I talked about these abstract drawings that you did before earlier, so I'm just going to move on, but awesome. Here's another painting by Eula. I think I was looking at your drawings before, Eula, and this one here, I made this when I was about 13 years old, you know, and it's up in your parents' house, and yet you're still, you know, you get to look at it, and it kind of changes. You see feet or legs in here. I think that's awesome. That's one of the things. It's so cool to make an artwork and just to grow up with it over time, and to see how, you know, it doesn't change, but we change in relationship to it, and our view of it changes. So I think that's so neat to kind of that you can have that realization of that as you look at those artworks that you made in the past. So this one is the image is of poor quality. It's very small, but Jean uploaded to the Facebook group, so it's not looking great on the screen here. I'm sure in person it looks fantastic. In fact, maybe Jean, if you want to take a better photograph of it, higher resolution, upload to Facebook group, that would be great. But this is awesome. So this is based, you saw Van Gogh's chair and decided to paint your own chair, a chair that's important to you because your brother did the actual weaving of the seat. I think it looks fantastic. I'm so excited. I mean, even just to draw this out would not be easy. So in terms of painting, this is excellent. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, just the colors are great too. I like this kind of cool green in the background. Adds kind of a nice bit of kind of color, a pop of color. I think it would be very different if it didn't have that bright green. And then the yellow and the brown and white. Really effective use of color here. I like that a lot. Okay. I'm going to skip over one here. I'm going to finish with it here in a moment. We got some paintings by Jillian, who's sort of been jumping around through the different classes that we've done in the past. And these look fantastic. Right, these are all paintings we've done at different times. Some of these are probably from last summer. This is probably from 3 years ago. This might be from last February, and right, so kind of all over the place, which is great. Now that we've got, you know, over 320 or so of these painting episodes recorded, people can, instead of just following along in sequence, they can kind of just pick and choose a la carte which paintings they want to explore. And I think I love all of these, Jillian. You did a great job. And these are not, like, this one is a time-consuming painting. It turned out great. This I love. Did we even do this painting? We've done so many. I don't know if I did this one. It was definitely in the Dropbox, obviously. Yeah, these are all fantastic. Really great, Jillian. And then we've got, oops, Deborah. So this, based on a Monet painting, right? I think this is also done in another class that you were following, Deborah. So I don't know that other person and how they taught this piece, but it looks like you did a pretty successful job. Yeah, I mean, I love how this really just glows. It's really cool. Really nice. Monet, obviously, one of the great Impressionist painters, did a great job with bright, glowing light. Candace, I made this for my hubby who loves birds. No joke, I used to only draw stick figures. Well, if this is what you can do now after only being able to draw stick figures, then you are rocking and rolling, Candace. I want to see way more of your work on the Facebook group. So, you know, break out that sketchbook and let's really get more stuff done. Upload more of your work. I'd love to see more of it because this looks great. I don't have a lot I can offer here because I think you've done a very successful job. Beth has got this eye here. My own artwork inspired by Kandinsky and Kusama, and the theme was circles. That's neat to take two different artists and kind of blend them together into one painting. Really cool. Really like that. Well done. It's definitely very strange and weird, but you know, both of those are very strange and weird artists. Kandinsky and Yayoi Kusama are, you know, some of the weirdest artists we've ever had, and I say that in the best way possible because they really kind of opened up the human imagination. Great, I love that. And then Barbara, wow, here's my version of Summer by Edward Landseer. We're going to be doing a Landseer painting in October, I think, but this is, wow. I mean, are you kidding me? That is just gorgeous. That's going to be a beautiful painting to have in your house, right? And I think this is also, I think it might be even a larger painting you did too, if I recall from your description. Either way, really beautiful. Wow, that would have taken a lot of time, a lot of patience. Very well done. Okay. So I just want to end here with this painting by Haidi, who I think has been in the chat waiting patiently since we began, who uploaded this painting last night. And wow, are you kidding me, Haidi? Like, this is why I wanted to end here, because this is one of the most recent things on the Facebook group, so we're caught up right to pretty much exactly where we should be, finally, after months and months of me trailing behind. And I just love this. Really cool. I mean, that painting glows. I like how the background, you kind of painted a little bit like, oh my goodness, the woman, big eyes. What's her name? Oh my goodness, we did 2 episodes on her. But anyway, oh, it's just right on the tip of my tongue. Okay, I gotta know what that is off the top of my head here. Margaret Keane. Margaret Keane, that's right. So, I mean, I don't know what I could say here, Heidi, to improve this painting, because I think it's perfect. I think it's absolutely perfect. I love that you used the same blue in the background as you did for the eyes. It just creates a really nice echo. It helps frame this picture. These browns and greens that are, I mean, there's a little bit of these brownish greens in here, these purples. This is a perfect painting. Beautiful. Absolutely spectacular. And just again, thinking about like your own improvement over the years painting with us, like it's got to feel so exciting for you to make a painting like this, to think about like where you've come and where you're at now. And this should also be really encouraging for anybody who's just starting and just feels like, I'm not getting any better. It feels like it's what I want to do, what I have in my head is so far away. Well, you know, Heidi was where you're at right now just a couple of years ago. And a couple of years sounds like a long time, but to be able to eventually make a painting like that should just feel like, you know, the world is completely open to you. And just to be able to have that power, that skill, it's like learning a language. And to be able to communicate with like full sentences in a language that you've just learned is, you know, I mean, that's, I think, kind of what we all want to be able to do. Okay, I'm 15 minutes late for my meeting, so I've got to run. If you found any of this to be useful or interesting or terrible and hilarious or entertaining, or it's helping you sleep, please consider leaving a donation as little as $1, $5 through the PayPal Super Chat, or send an e-transfer or a letter or whatever it is. All of those links are down below, including my email address, which is on my website and the Facebook group. All of this work was on the Facebook group that we saw, so join the Facebook group. That's the first link in the description below. Usually at the end of one of these episodes, there might be $5 in total that people donate. So, you know, if you've never donated before, but you find this helpful, consider leaving a couple dollars afterwards. That, after all, is what encourages me to do more of these. And as I said, probably over the course of the last 4 years, cumulatively, including the ad revenue from Google, has amounted to about $7,000. So it's not like, you know, I'm flying to, you know, around the world based on the donations. It's a very small amount. I do appreciate it. And so I appreciate all your support. And if you don't have any ability to donate, consider just liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell, commenting on older episodes that you've done that you found helpful, even the old drawing episodes. That can be worth just as much as a financial donation, because that helps get more and more people. It raises the algorithm so more and more people see those episodes. Anyway, thank you, everyone. I've got to run. Enjoy the rest of your evening or morning, wherever you are on our beautiful planet Earth. You're doing the world a favor by making art. Keep doing it. Don't give up. You're getting better and better every day. Take inspiration from all the great artwork we've seen today. We'll see you again on Tuesday. Okay, take care, everybody. We'll see you again very soon. It's been a real pleasure today, and I feel energized and excited to make some of my own work after having seen all of your successes. We'll see you again soon. Good night, everybody.